Good afternoon, everyone, or I should say good evening, everyone. Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma here, breaking in live with a severe weather update here on May 4th. May the 4th be with you at 2026. Again, current time right now, 6:55 p.m. If you're just joining us, feel free to hit that like button. If you're just joining us, it's the start of our wall-to-wall severe weather coverage this evening. So we'll be live for quite some time. So again, hit that like and share button as you come in. I'm also joined with Ryan, who is in the background helping out this evening. And he'll be bouncing around.
Camera's on, by the way, if you want to take me in.
Okay. No, you're good. He's in the background, but he will also be joining us right now. There we go. All right. So again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Jumping in right now into it. We are watching a cluster of cells all along and south of the 94 corridor. The first one to get warned, though, is the one that is currently on Lake Michigan. Go ahead and read the details off here. National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern LaPorte and southwestern Berrien, so it's in Indiana and a Michigan county, until 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Central. At 6:52 p.m. Eastern time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Potawatomi Park or near Michigan City, and this storm is moving east at 40 miles per hour. That's about all the storm's motion this evening, so no matter where you are at in the state of Michigan, these storms are heading off to the east at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Hazard with this severe thunderstorm includes both 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. It is radar indicated. Locations impacted include Michigan City, Trail Creek, Bridgman, New Buffalo, Three Oaks, Long Beach, Potawatomi Park, Shorewood Tower Hill, Shorewood Tower Hills Harbert, Michiana Shores, Grand Beach, Michiana, Union Pier, New Troy, Harbert, Potawatomi Park, Sawyer, Turner Shores, Lakeside Inn, Berrien County, and Heston. This also includes portions of I-94 in Indiana and in Michigan there in southwestern Berrien County and northern LaPorte. Again, this is 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into extreme southwestern Berrien County. This is the only severe thunderstorm warning in the state at the current time.
Joel, can you take my screen for me? I want to talk about something real quick. Aside from Berrien County, over in Monroe, Lenawee County is moving into Washita, perhaps Wayne County soon. We got some pockets of gusty wind showing up off of the terminal Doppler radar. And why that's important is because this radar beam is very close to the ground, so we're getting ground speed winds here. Western Monroe County, we have a downburst that appears ongoing just south of Milan, near Azalea over US 23 here. So likely from Cone to Azalea up to London Township area, perhaps up by Milan down toward Dundee, getting in on some pretty gusty winds here. Also further north, there's some gusty winds just south of Saline as well as over Macon, just east of Clinton, moving up into the southern southeastern corner of Washtenaw County. And these are all statemented here between 40 and 50 mile per hour winds. I wouldn't be shocked if we get a warning for these at some point as well. They look to just be below severe criteria. A lot of these pockets are right around 55 or so miles per hour, which is just sitting below severe criteria. So if they strengthen further or they become more widespread, would not be shocked to see them pull a trigger on a warning for that general area or those cells as well.
Also down to the southwest a little bit, we are also watching another cell down here in Hammond, Indiana. This cell is continuing off to the east-northeast, also about the same speed of 40 miles per hour. And similar to the storms that are in southeast side of the state, these storms in the Gary, Indiana region are also producing some frequent heavy wind gusts. I've been seeing behind the scenes a lot of damaging wind reports in the south side of Chicago. And this storm, if it continues off to the east-northeast, with its current strength, could continue to produce strong winds as it heads towards maybe South Bend and eventually portions of southern Cass and St. Joseph County, but it's got a long ways to go. We're just giving you guys a heads up now. Again, this is the other severe thunderstorm warning that's just off to our southwest right now, besides the one that is currently in effect for New Buffalo and Bridgman here. And again, zooming in on our radar loop, it is this cell right here that shows the reds and the very hot pinks, just about 3 miles outside of New Buffalo, still on Lake Michigan. But it is moving to the east again at 30 to 40 miles per hour and pretty much heading straight down the US 12 corridor eventually as it heads towards Three Oaks, Galen, and Buchanan. The Galen and Buchanan and Niles not in that severe thunderstorm warning yet, but this severe thunderstorm warning is just to your west, so you should be prepared to take shelter if you do get a downstream warning. Current time now is 7
Viewer,
o'clock. Go ahead.
viewer report of power outages coming in from the Monroe County area. We're getting some viewers in chat letting us know. Like those two pockets of wind we were just talking about shortly ago near Azalea.
Go ahead and zoom in on
I
that
do
real
not
quick.
see anything. Yeah, I do not see anything popping up on DTE's outage map just yet, but of course, if it just happened, it'll take a minute or two to pop in. In
Again,
total, across the state, we have just over 11,000 customers out of power. Most of those are in northern Michigan, where the wind has been brutal today.
absolutely. Yeah, there's on your storm relative velocity signature. There's a pretty decent downburst that just occurred near Wells and Ostrander, south of Milan. That has continued off towards the Oakville area. We also have that second pocket of winds between Britain and Saline. That is currently over Clinton, Macon Road and Britain Highway. Again, it is going to be northern Monroe and northern Lenawee counties. No warnings in effect there, but you can see there's some heavy winds in these pockets here, shown by the brighter greens on our velocity product. So again, the brighter colors you see on our red-green radar, that is usually a sign of stronger winds. We switch it back over to our reflectivity radar, which is the measurement of rain that's falling. And you can see some pretty heavy cores right now, right where those winds are down bursting. And we do have a new statement coming in, and you see at the bottom of the screen from Washtenaw and Wayne.
50 mile per hour and half-inch hail.
So Washtenaw and Wayne, and again, that's going to be, I believe, including downtown Detroit, or just outside.
Nope. Just outside.
Just outside, southwest. So it's primarily southern Wayne and northern. Oh, it also includes Monroe, too. It's a kind of a statement over a statement, as you would say. So portions of northern Monroe, southern Wayne, and a southeastern Washtenaw County in a statement. And I believe Drew just mentioned on radar there, he is in Three Rivers reporting pea-sized hail. Go back to our northern Indiana radar if it decides to load. There we go. Yeah, so there's your core that Drew is on right now. I'm going to go ahead and pull in his... Oh, he does not have his cam live. We'll have to see if he can get that live for us. But he is in the Three Rivers area. That cell is, I believe, statemented. If not, it probably will get a statement at some point. But that is that core. You can see I'm circling it with my mouse. And that's heading down M60 north of Centerville. But again, no warning at the current time. The warning you see at the bottom of your screen is for this cell back here in New Buffalo. We have a lot of cells out there this evening, so bear with us as we kind of go from one to the other. Primary focal point with these live streams, of course, is going to be where the severe weather is currently ongoing. So right now with one severe thunderstorm warning in effect, primarily it will be where the warnings are ongoing. So again, this is going to be southwestern Berrien County, so New Buffalo and Bridgman and Sawyer. Also includes Three Oaks, in effect till 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. So still got about another 25 minutes on that. Also have a decent cell moving in towards the Stevensville and Shoreham area, just north of the initial severe thunderstorm warning. You can see with any of these cells today, these brighter pinks on radar, that's going to be your very intense rain and in some cases some hail out there with the steep lapse rates that we have out there. And again, a lapse rate, for those who don't know what that means, essentially means that there's a great change in temperature as you go up with height. So think of, at the surface right now, it's 75 degrees out there. You go to a mile up in the atmosphere and it might be like 40 degrees or 30 degrees. That's kind of an extreme example. Ryan would probably scoff at that, but again, that just goes to show you that our lapse rates are pretty extreme out there today. And when you get that sudden warming to cooling like that, we do get some decent hail that will fall within these storms. So that's our main hazard tonight. If you guys are just tuning in and missed all of our severe weather outlooks today, our briefings that we were posting days in advance to tonight. Again, main hazards primarily hail, eventually changing over to a wind threat. It's kind of going to be existing at the same time here as we move into the 7 and now 8 o'clock hours. And we do have a very small window for tornadoes, but again, it is very, very small, very much an emphasis on the very small window. It may only exist for an hour or two here as we get closer to the 8 o'clock hour. But as we see right now, we are only tracking the wind and the hail with this severe thunderstorm warning in the New Buffalo area.
Keeping a close eye on those gusty winds on the east side there. If you live in Milan or Moorville, anywhere surrounding those areas, That's where the heaviest of winds currently is. Analyzation tool here says right around 45 to 50 miles per hour. So we're a step below severe criteria here. But still, really gusty winds can still take down small branches and blow your objects around your yard. So just be inside, away from windows. I uh, don't see anything here that signifies we're close to severe criteria, but that could change here as we move into the evening.
Also wanted to bring up for our friends up north, there is some relief on the way with all the wildfires that have been ongoing up there today. A lot of showers and thunderstorms moving across the area. Something to note though is we could have a rare instance of some dry thunderstorms where you do have lightning that might be just outside of the initial storm, and that could cause, other fires to form. But again, they should be hopefully quickly extinguished if lightning does start additional fires up here. Storms to our north, not expected to be severe with this, but again, they do require some monitoring as there could be some isolated gusty winds, sub-severe tonight within the cold front, which is where this line of storms currently extends from really Sheboygan and Presque Isle counties all the way down through Traverse City and into Manistee and Ludington. And you can see back here off to the west, these blue squares you see on your screen are special marine warnings, which are for western Lake Michigan. And this is primarily for wind. So again, as we go throughout wow, I can't even speak right now. The rest of the night, damaging winds will be the primary focal point. And these are going to continue with the cold front that's moving in later, which is going to be this line you can see starting to develop in Wisconsin and across northwest lower Michigan. But the warm front is our primary focal point right now, between now and really about 10 or 11 o'clock this evening. Here, kind of along and south of 94. It could wobble up to the 96 corridor, but right now it's going to be primarily along and south of 94. If you're just tuning in, the severe thunderstorm warning that you see on the bottom of your screen is in effect till 7:30. It's for Berrien County. It's the only warning in the state besides a couple of statements. And as a reminder, those special weather statements are in effect for storms that are strong, but not quite severe. So again, that would be anything under 60 mile per hour winds or anything under 1-inch hail. And we do currently have, at the current time, one statement in effect. And this is for portions of Washtenaw, Wayne, and northern Monroe counties for 1/2-inch hail and 50 mile per hour winds. That's this cluster you see on radar that's hanging out on the west side of Wayne County right now. This is heading for downtown Detroit, which I know there is the Tigers baseball game going on tonight. So if you are there at the game or know anybody at the game, could be a rain delay on the way. And these storms, unfortunately, are going to be training over the same areas tonight, so we do expect somewhat of a flooding risk here along and south of 94. And of course, if you're at the baseball game, that could be an extended rain delay for later tonight. So all information that is critical for those who live along and south of 94. This is where the greatest severe risk is at, the greatest flooding risk, the greatest relief for any fire weather that may be ongoing out there, but primarily that fire weather today is kind of up north, so north of 96 and 69, as we've seen. It's been a crazy day here in Michigan.
Looking at the latest scan on the eastern half of Jackson County, we have some gusty winds coming out of Napoleon, moving up into the Sharon Hollow region. 45 mile per hour gusts following closely just to the north of Norvell, moving into Sharon Hollow. Gusty winds continue over here in Milan Township, about to impact US 23, probably a mile or two just south of town. And those winds still around 50 miles per hour being shown. Also got some small hail falling just south of the terminal radar here in Exeter Township. A nice purple core of hail there, really close to the radar. So likely at very least some small hail falling to the surface here in that north central portion of Monroe County. Got some storms up here for you guys in northern Ann Arbor, although right now the wind velocity and the indication on that doesn't really appear to be anything significant. There is some gusty winds I'm noticing now picking up here heading into Canton, down toward Wayne and Romulus areas. The highest pixel I have here is going to be right to the west of 275, showing 45, 49 miles per hour there in a couple of pixels. So localized pockets here of stronger wind along this line as it moves up into the West Metro Detroit suburb regions and little cities here. I say little, but they're not little. The, the western half of Detroit suburbs, let's go ahead and leave it at that. Western Wayne County.
And Ryan, I'm going to jump in real quick because we now have multiple reports coming in of large hail in the Stevensville and St. Joseph area. That makes sense with this cell right here. As you can see on radar, it's just outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. But again, you can see the cores on this. So your base reflectivity radar, anywhere you see these pinks and even these dark grays and black pixels on radar, that is 60 dBz to 65 dBz, which basically translates to very large raindrops. And in some cases, those raindrops get advected so far up into the atmosphere, into that supercooled layer, that we do get large hail that forms. Taking a look behind the scenes of the 3D scan, this hail core, as of 4 minutes ago, was up at about 19,000 feet, so that's not too bad, and that's probably starting to fall out now as you guys are reporting here in chat. I see from Codes Army here on YouTube with a $2 super chat saying it is hailing in Stevensville, Michigan. Thank you, Codes. Also, Suzanne with a $2 super chat. Thank you guys very much for your support. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning down here in Berrien County is for the southern cell, but it looks like the northern cell is kind of starting to take over the show here, at least short term, for the hail threat. So again, northern Berrien County, not in a severe warning, not in a statement. But we do appreciate any reports that you guys have to send in. Feel free to send those in to us at Michigan Weather Reports. That's our community page on Facebook. You can also direct message us. When you are sending hail reports, make sure to do so with the hail next to a ruler or some sort of coin or sports ball. Because again, when you put the hail in your hands, everyone's hands are kind of different sizes, and that doesn't really help us out. That does not help out the National Weather Service. So again, try to measure it next to an object if possible. See, a lot of people are utilizing the MPing system. MPing is an app you can download for free on your phone, and you can also send in reports to there. You can't send in picture reports, but again, you can send in a place marker for the hail that is falling at your location. And right now, I'm seeing a bunch of Berrien, St. Joseph reports of half-inch to dime-sized there. Moore Park especially, and Sawyer. So again, it's in the severe thunderstorm warning and also outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. We have a new special weather statement also coming in, Ryan. I don't know if you wanted to cover that real quick or if you want me to, because I'm over at the IWX radar. You have the better one.
Yeah, you can go ahead and take me. I'll cover it. We just talked about this a few minutes ago. The little bit of the gusty line moving through Canton. That's going to be statemented now. Change my radar over here to the terminal Doppler. There we go. So this line extends down from about Wayne up into Canton, all the way up into Northfield Township. Moving to the northeast toward Livonia, Farmington Hills, Pontiac, Royal Oak areas, any place in this blue box that's on your screen from Wixom to Novi as well. If I turn this on velocity, we're going to notice that the brighter reds here do indicate we got some gusty winds. Looks like Canton just got some pretty gusty winds here. Radar indicating 53 mile per hour winds just outside of Canton on the east side. Now increasing further. We're at severe criteria here now, Joel, just east of Canton, heading into Westland, Newburgh, and Livonia, Garden City, Inkster areas. The brighter reds there, over 275, is at 57 to 60 miles per hour here. I'm getting some pixels right at severe criteria. I would not be shocked if they get a warning on this incoming soon. But again, Westland on deck here in a matter of minutes. Wayne as well. Perrinville, Garden City, Newburgh, Stark, Livonia, Elm, Redford, and Dearborn Heights, all in the path of these winds. On the north side of this statement, there is not much showing up here on the radar from the terminal Doppler. We still got some gusty winds here, moving up into Salem Township and eventually toward Wixom, Novi, Farmington Hills. But the real gusty winds here appear to be just to the east of Canton, and the DTX radar picking up on some winds here near Plymouth. So 2 areas to watch there. And again, would not be shocked if they were to warn that here if that continues. Also want to take note down here in northern Monroe County, these pixels here are actually same 57 miles per hour here, just north of Carlton where the earthquake earlier today happened. So this area is getting close to severe winds as well. This is heading up toward 275 near Waltz, between Waltz and Carlton. Carlton will be impacted here and eventually toward Flat Rock as well as Huron Township, and eventually, if it continues, into downriver areas of Trenton and Riverview and Gibraltar. So a couple pockets here of intense winds here. The latest scan, we are now at 62 miles per hour here heading into Westland. So if you live in Westland or anywhere in the Garden City, Westland, Wayne areas, you should be inside and taking shelter here. There's no warning at this time. Current time is 7:16 p.m. on the dot. But again, would not be shocked if they were issuing one here, drawing up the polygon and about ready to hit send on it any minute.
Real quickly, I did just want to go over the new statement that just came in, and this is going to be for all of Berrien, all of Cass, and all of St. Joseph, and this is going to be for this whole cluster of cells here, and they went ahead and blanketed it for 50-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. And again, that's from this cluster of cells, primarily in Berrien County at the current time. But again, you'll see these cells continue to move off towards Cass and St. Joseph counties over the next coming minutes. The special weather statement that has been issued is in effect till 8 p.m. That's for a large population there in southwest Michigan. Again, it looks like they canceled the severe thunderstorm warning, unless it's just glitching out on my end here. Yes, it is done. So again, if you wanted to post that statement, Ryan, you're probably out of severe ops for the time being.
I'm actually about to post a radar update about Wayne and Monroe County just because those are severe level winds moving into populated areas. So I'm going to get that out ASAP.
And again, if you are in Berrien County and Cass County, be advised some of this hail could be falling upwards of 1 inch in diameter. Again, let us know what you guys are seeing though. Again, Michigan Weather Reports is a Facebook community page you guys can join that we made for you guys to send in your reports to. Again, you can also direct message us. Please use our messenger only for severe reports. Do not ask us questions. We're not able to answer questions, especially during live streams. So again, only utilize messenger for severe weather reports. Also, we do have a Discord server, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. That is there as an additional source for any severe reports. And again, any way you guys can get those reports to us as possible is appreciated, because then we can send these directly over to the National Weather Service office, and they're able to actually issue warnings for these storms. So again, we're kind of your middleman in terms of getting the reports to the National Weather Service in a reasonable amount of time. So taking a look at the big picture right now, this is a large cluster of storms kind of along that warm front here in southern Michigan, along and south of 94, which has kind of been par for the course so far here in 2026. But again, it's just another night, and another night of tracking across southern Michigan. We do expect more storms to fill in to the northwest. As you can see up here, they're already starting to fill in along the cold front, and this cold front will produce primarily damaging winds later tonight. So going from west to east, we have 2 cells right now in Berrien County, one south of Bridgman with a hail core kind of going down Glendora Road, another one with a hail core passing over US 31 traveling east down Meadowbrook. Also, a couple cells moving through Paw Paw and Marcellus. One cell kind of continuing along M66 to the east of Mendon and north of Colon. And then over here we have this whole cluster in southeastern Michigan that is statemented at the current time for gusty winds and small hail. And again, that does have an outflow boundary on it. Not sure if you picked that up, Ryan. But
I did not, but we did lose the airport radar to probably wind.
Gotcha.
They have shut that down.
Yeah, there's a decent outflow boundary on it. So the winds, what that means essentially is the wind could be precluding the precipitation. You guys can't really see it all too well, and I'm circling this kind of, oh geez, this line here with my mouse there. It kind of extends down from Northville up here towards the I-96 corridor, just to the west of Wixom and in through New Hudson. And it extends up to this cell up here in Howell. Again, that could be your line of winds that kind of is in front of the precipitation batch. So be advised, it could get gusty before the rain comes. That's, kind of how it's been all day. It's been gusty all day, but these are different. These are thunderstorm associated winds instead of normal subnautic associated winds. So if you're just joining us, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect at the current time. However, we're watching a bunch of strong storms across southern Michigan. You'll notice at the bottom of the screen, highest active alert is a red flag warning. And that is for, would you say, 43 counties right now, Ryan, in central and northern Michigan? You're muted.
It just expired Grand Rapids and DTXs. I believe Gaylord's goes until 9.
Got it. As a reminder for those who are unfamiliar with a red flag warning, that is for elevated fire danger. And we've seen that this afternoon with the ongoing wildfires up north. So please do not burn, do not throw cigarettes out the window. You name it, don't do it if it involves fire, especially if you're in northern Michigan. As we get throughout the evening hours, precipitation is moving in, so we do have some relief on the way, but it is still dry out there until the precipitation arrives.
I got a pixel here of 63-mile-per-hour winds over Cherry Hill and Newburgh Road heading into the Westland area. This is still pockets of severe wind showing up heading in. New update here. Now up into Livonia, Garden City, and Inkster, heading toward Redford, Dearborn Heights, and surrounding regions. Highest pixel here is still 59 miles per hour, which is still over severe criteria. Gusty winds now moving into Flat Rock as well, in Huron Township, heading up toward Woodhaven and Brownstown and Charter Township, eventually toward Riverview and Grosse Ile, Trenton, Gibraltar areas. I'm going to pull up our good old camera at Electronic Tech Solutions in Riverview to get a good look at this. Got that pulled up.
Okay. Going back to our cell.
To share that to my screen so you have it or no?
If you would like to. I'm going to go back to the cells to the west real quick. It looks like the center of the hail, if there's any hail falling right now outside of St. Joseph, so Empire Avenue, there's your updated scan, Empire Avenue at Park Road. That is actually very close to our Berrien Springs cam. No, wait. Sorry, Berrien Center cam. Yeah, it's actually very close to our Berrien Center cam. We also have the cell down to the south, Berrien Springs. This hail core, if anything, is on Snow Road near, well, give it to me, please. Wilderness Trail. Also Dana Drive. So a bunch of different small roads in the area. Also have Jones Lane. This is heading towards Berrien Springs, a little bit of a hail and a wind risk. Again, special weather statement in effect for all of Berrien, all of Cass, and all of St. Joseph through the 8 p.m. hour. We also have a tiny little cell here in the Sherwood area. This is continuing off to the east towards Union City, south of Teconcha, and north of Coldwater. That is not technically statemented. It's just kind of a cell existing on its own. If you're just tuning in, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect at the current time. So we're kind of relaxing and waiting. While we do that, a quick shout out to Fun Times here on YouTube for 20 gifted memberships. If you're a subscriber on YouTube, which it is free to do, check your account. You may have just been gifted a free 30-day membership courtesy of Fun Times. Thank you very much, Fun Times. Also, Countryside Wildflowers, sending 100 jewels, and Linodium back for month number 22 as a bronze member. Thank you guys very much. And when we have the time, we'll shout out your super chats, any donations you guys send in. Because again, you guys are appreciated, and we do want to shout you guys out when we have the time. But at the current time, we are also tracking storms, which does include wind, and there is Ryan's live cam in Riverview of one of those storms, courtesy of Electronic Tech Solutions. Go ahead.
Facing to the southwest here, we got a little bit before the storm comes impacts, but the gustier winds are heading up right toward this general area here. So we'll watch it and we'll see just how strong these winds are. I still have pixels in the Livonia area of 60-mile-per-hour winds. Heading to Dearborn Heights as well. It's coming out of Garden City, Livonia areas. So if you guys are watching from those areas, let me know what you guys are seeing. A nice big old pocket of severe wind now heading up into Redford on US 24 and I-96. This is going to be in Redford, heading up in toward the Rouge Park Golf Course shortly. I don't know if they're thinking that these winds are not reaching the ground or if they're not getting reports. I don't know. But on radar here, it does suggest that those winds are at severe criteria.
Storm motion is
The winds in
254 at
Riverview are
40.
picking up pretty good as well. Is my camera still live? I can't see it.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, nice lightning there.
Yeah,
Pretty
there's
severe.
nice lighting. I'm looking at the trees in the center left of your screen there. Those two trees on the right side of that driveway began to gust pretty good there. New warning coming in. Looks like Cass and Berrien. I'll go ahead and get that.
Okay.
You want to take it on radar?
Yep. New core just popped up here too, Ryan. Look at this.
Hold on.
That's, yeah, northern variant. So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Cass, so the far northwestern corner, and east central Berrien County in southwestern Michigan until 7:45 p.m. At 7:29, a severe thunderstorm was located over or near Coloma or near Benton Heights, moving east at 45. Hazards are both 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, so it's severe for both hazards. That is the minimum threshold needed. It is radar indicated. Impacts here are going to be hail damage to vehicles, wind damage to roof siding and trees, all possible. Locations inside of this orange severe thunderstorm warning box include Sodus, Millburg, Magician Lake, Spinks Corners, Dewey Lake, and Sandy Beach. This also includes I-94 in Michigan between mile markers 31 and 32. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Again, it says 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds heading straight for Sister Lakes, which is in Van Buren County. And as a reminder, Van Buren County is in the National Weather Service Grand Rapids jurisdiction. And so any warnings that are issued for Van Buren County are going to be at the discretion of the National Weather Service Grand Rapids. Berrien and Cass County are northern Indiana. And so that is why they have the severe thunderstorm warning here. It kind of looks like a weird shape, kind of cuts out Van Buren County. But we would imagine, with the hail core on this and the winds inside, that we could see an extension of this warning into southern Van Buren within the next minute or two. But we'll see. At the very least, they don't have a statement yet there, so I would imagine at least a statement coming in on this one. Go ahead and take a look at VIL, vertically integrated liquid, which kind of tells us where the center of that hail core would be. And at the current time, that's on Arnett Road and Territorial Road. And hey, look at that, special weather statement.
Perfect timing.
Coming in for Van Buren, Kalamazoo, and Calhoun. It is all of those counties. So we have a statement coming in. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to our base reflectivity radar so you can see the intensity of the rain that's falling. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued a special weather statement for all of Calhoun, Van Buren, and Kalamazoo counties through 9 p.m. This is due to that storm near Coloma. It also includes all of the cells along the line extending over towards Union City. And so they're watching this entire cluster here from the Coloma area over to the Athens area. So that tiny little cell technically is also going to be included in this special weather statement if it does continue to move more north into southern Calhoun. Also, any of these cells that are popping up in Kalamazoo and Van Buren County are also in that statement. Again, in effect till 9 p.m. for 50-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail, which is 0.88 inches in diameter. That is just below severe for hail, which starts at 1 inch. So again, if you know you live in anywhere in Van Buren, Kalamazoo, or Calhoun counties, you are now in this special weather statement, which is a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. If you're just tuning in, current time right now, bottom of the screen, 7:29 p.m. here on May 4th. If you're hearing this now, and it is not that current time and current date, then you are watching a replay. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzman on the top corner, alongside President of Operations Ryan, tracking a couple severe thunderstorms across the state today. Right now, we only have one, for a total of 2 so far this evening. One was in southern Berrien County. That one has kind of dissipated a little bit and is now into northern Berrien County. It's a second cell. Ryan, any updates on the wind over on the southeast side of the state?
No, the airport radar has gone down once again. The DTX radar does not really show much of anything concerning, although the angle on that is not the greatest. We'll have to keep an eye out. I have to imagine the gusty winds are moving in toward Dearborn and Hamtramck right now. I'm going to pull up the Dearborn cam here in a minute. I still got Riverview on, so I'm going to kind of switch between these two and see what I can see. If you want to take, I'll share this over. The Dearborn cam is actually very gusty. It is now shared. In fact, that is extremely gusty. I'd probably say at least 40-mile-per-hour winds ongoing here in Dearborn. Ooh,
Oh yeah.
maybe a bit higher than 40. Yeah, this is probably close to 50. Maybe upwards of 55.
Wow. So again, if you're in Wayne
Genuinely
County, if
shocked
you're in,
there's no warning on this.
yeah, if you're in eastern Wayne County, just heading your way, downtown Detroit. They are not in a delay yet at Comerica Park. Top of the 6th, one out.
I'm looking on the severe warning cell to my north right now. Don't really see anything. I see the edge of the left edge of the rain shaft here. Nothing on surface space. It's all elevated.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very, very shocked they're not warning this at all. I mean, the radar on the airport was gusting to 62 there. It looks like the power, or not power, but the lights just came on, so it's getting dark here as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's still gusty.
You also heard the voice of Ben there in Dowagiac, Michigan. So we got chasers out there this evening. We kind of are covering a bunch of different cells at the same time, so bear with us here. Again, we're watching right now some gusty winds verifying as it heads into downtown Detroit. This is a current live look in Dearborn. And those trees are moving around very significantly at the current time. From my experience, that just eyeballing it, that's 50 for sure. I would imagine that's probably what's verifying at the surface. And that is this cell right here. I'm going to switch over to my radar real quick. Going straight down I-96 and Etzel Ford Freeway here as it heads into Hamtramck, Detroit, Southfield, Royal Oak, Ferndale. All of you guys are up next for this gusty line of storms. It is not severe thunderstorm warning, but you can see verifying real time here via our live weather camera network, which is very crucial to us, that those winds are gusting to at least 50 via the eyeball test. And again, that is because we had a lot of experience out there in the field storm chasing, kind of eyeball it from just being spectators at home here. But going back to our severe thunderstorm warning, this warning now for the cell is primarily in the Sister Lakes area now. So if you are in southern Van Buren County, this severe thunderstorm warned storm, which is not severe thunderstorm warned for you guys, is heading your way. Decatur, Lawton, Paw Paw up next as it continues off to the east at about 40 miles per hour. And again, if you guys are just tuning in and are trying to catch how fast they're moving, it's about 30 to 40 miles per hour this evening. It's going to be this train of cells all evening across the I-94 corridor for the warm front. Now, if you're to the north, here's the cold front. It's going to bring in primarily damaging winds later tonight. Nothing really too severe north of US 10, but once this line gets closer to southern Michigan where there's ample instability kind of hanging around, then we'll start to see those winds uptick a little bit here in southern Michigan. And it almost looks like there's an outflow boundary heading north through Holland. That's very far away, Ryan, from this line of storms. We'll have to see if that interacts with the cold front at any point, but it's an impressive distance for that outflow boundary to go. It's a little bluish green line you see on radar there, just to the southwest of Holland. That came from this cell. That is currently severe thunderstorm warned down in the Sister Lakes area. It's hard to say Sister Lakes is in the severe threat when they're not in a severe warning technically, but you can kind of pretend that you are because you're close enough for that severe warning to be in effect.
Multiple reports of outages now filling in from Wayne County with these winds.
I believe it. Good news, severe thunderstorm warning now canceled for for Cass and Berrien County. So we are back out of severe ops for the moment. Special weather statements are still in effect. I'm going to list off of the counties that are in a special weather statement right now. So this is going to be in Southwest Michigan, Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Van Buren, Kalamazoo, and Calhoun. So 6 counties there. Over on the southeast side of the state, it is southern Oakland, Wayne, we'll say eastern Washtenaw, and northern Monroe. So 4 counties, portions of 4 counties here in southeast Michigan. So in total, 10. We have a report from a spotter. It says other 4-inch tree branches down and quarter-size hail near Knollwood Drive in Flat Rock. Waiting to see if the National Weather Service Detroit does anything with that.
Those gusty winds are continuing into downtown Detroit as we speak. Highland Park, Hamtramck, Ferndale, Berkeley areas, Royal Oak, all in the path of these winds next. Again, still no warning, and I'm very, very shocked that there has not been a warning issued here for Wayne. It seems to have verified quite close, if not at severe criteria here. So on several outages and now getting damage reports coming in.
Yeah, well, there's a statement.
They're going to choose a statement. I don't understand the reasoning behind that, but
Probably just below severe. Yep.
50 in P's.
National Weather Service in Detroit has issued a special weather statement for northeastern Wayne, southeastern Oakland, and southern Macomb through 8:15 p.m. At 7:36, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Detroit, or near Southfield, moving east at 45. Wind gusts of 50 and pea-sized hail. It is radar indicated. Locations in this special weather statement, as you can see, just popped up on Ryan's screen there in the blue, include Warren, Troy, Southfield, St. Clair Shores, Mount Clemens, Grosse Pointe, downtown Detroit, Sterling Heights, Dearborn, Royal Oak, Birmingham, Clinton Township, the Detroit Zoo, Belle Isle, Greenfield Village, Dearborn Heights, Roseville, East Point, and Madison Heights. Side note here, people attending Comerica Park should seek safe shelter immediately at the Boston versus Tigers game, which is not yet in a delay, according to my phone here, despite the fact that this wind and rain is bearing down on them. Again, it says, if outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside the building. So again, yes, if you're downtown anywhere or outside of downtown, joining your evening in the Detroit area, please be taking shelter inside until this line of storms passes. You've also saw on Ryan's screen that we were sharing that Riverview electronic text solutions cam, and we saw briefly there's some cloud-to-ground lightning occurring with this thunderstorm. So even if you're not seeing the wind or the hail, you can see that cloud-to-ground lightning. And in fact, on our WeatherWise radar here, all that lightning extends all the way down south to into Monroe counties and back towards Washtenaw counties. There's a lot out there. So wind, hail, and lightning
There's
are all hazards.
Pixels of 66 miles per hour, and I'm moving into Highland Park.
Interesting.
If you live downstream in Baseline, Van Dyke, East Point, Warren, Ferndale, and Madison Heights, I would be inside and away from windows, because this is a storm that has a history of producing very gusty winds as well as damage reports across Wayne County. Power outages are still starting to come in from our viewers. So these winds definitely do mean business.
Now, we did just have a public report come in back here to the west real quick of 0.8 8-inch diameter hail from a trained spotter in Sodus. So that is nickel size. That is just below severe limits. That's from the cell that was previously severe thunderstorm warned. This is now heading towards Decatur, pretty much going along and south of the 94 corridor. So Paw, Lawton, Matawan, be on alert. This previously severe thunderstorm warned storm is heading your way, and eventually this will be heading towards Kalamazoo and Portage downtown. I will say that Outflow boundary continues to pull this whole complex a little bit further north, and with time, obviously you have the cold front approaching from the west, but this warm front is trying to sag a little bit to the north, and we could see portions of Allegan, Berry, Eaton, Ingham counties maybe getting on some strong to severe storms here with a warm front. But it's a matter of time, and we'll have to see how the atmosphere plays out the rest of this evening. Miles in chat here says, just drove by a fire caused by lightning in Livonia. is another hazard out there this evening. And guys, if you missed it, it is dry out there today, so we could see some lightning sparking fires, so be advised. Just a whole messy day out there between the wildfires and the severe thunderstorms. If you're just tuning in though, at the current time there's no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, but that does not mean that the hazard of severe weather is there. Again, the primary focal point right now is with this cluster of storms that's in southeast Michigan. Our cells to the southwest Michigan right now are kind of in their reorganization phase, so they're at the moment sub-severe. You could still see some mothball to pea-sized hail falling. But other than that, again, the main hazard right now is going to be with the wind and the hail and the lightning over here on the southeast side of the state, primarily in Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb counties, where we saw that verify on our Dearborn cam. This line of gusty winds right now is from Pontiac to Birmingham down through Warren and Hamtramck and into downtown Detroit. And in fact, they just issued a special marine warning continuing until 8:45 for the waters of the Detroit River. Winds of 40 knots and small hail for those who are boating. So if you know anyone boating out there on Lake St. Clair or on the Detroit River, or even down here in the northwestern Lake Erie, special marine warning in effect. That's that blue box you see on your screen, which is the equivalent of a severe thunderstorm warning for the water. So you should be seeking a safe harbor immediately if you know anybody on the boats. The core of this wind though right now, pretty much north to south along the Hazel Park area, so I-75 that runs north towards Troy. And this is going to be entering, if not already, Macomb County in just a moment. We do have Tyler, who's out there, but I believe he is further south at the current time. Go ahead and check him out full screen, and he is in Willis, according to his live location. As a reminder, we do have also Ben out there this evening. It's in Dowagiac. And Evan has been making his way down to southern Michigan as well. He's in Coloma now, chasing those storms that were previously severe thunderstorm warned in southwest Michigan. At the current time, they're kind of in their, as I mentioned, reorganization phase. Any other updates here, Ryan, behind the scenes that you're hearing from damage and or hail?
No, I'm getting our messenger caught up here. A lot of small hail reports. Nothing major coming in just yet. I'm still looking through though.
Okay.
Just as a bit of a reminder here for those of you sending us hail reports, I have probably 100 messages in here. If you guys are going to measure hail, please compare it to the size of a coin, or better yet, a ruler if you can. Holding a picture of hail in your hand, it works. We can eyeball it and get an estimate. But when you have an object to compare it to that's like a known size, like a quarter or a penny or a tape measure or ruler, that helps us, but also weather service look at it and go, okay, that is for sure this size. So if you guys can, if you have hail reports, if you can do so in the future as well, make sure you guys are comparing like a standard object next to the hailstone so we can kind of compare and contrast.
If you guys do want to send in reports, again, Michigan Weather Reports on Facebook. It's a community page you guys can join. Again, our messenger is reserved for damage or hail reports only. Feel free to use that as necessary. And again, as Ryan just mentioned, make sure to measure next to a ruler or a coin, if possible, if you have hail. If you're seeing wind damage, what you're seeing just kind of helps in terms of the location and maybe the diameter of the branch. And also, we have a Discord server, as we mentioned at the beginning of the stream, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. That is there for you guys to utilize as well. This last storms is tracking. This is the zoomed out picture. As you can see across the state, a lot of rain, a lot of tiny little cells out there. The heavier of the cells are denoted in our hotter colors, so the reds and the pinks. Lighter rain shown in the yellows, greens, and even the blues. And these storms are going to continue across the I-94 and South Corridor, maybe moving a little bit north of 94 as the evening goes on. And eventually off to the west, we do have a trailing cold front. So it kind of makes this Y shape right now. In fact, if I go over to, I'm going to go ahead and go over to my WeatherWise app so you guys can kind of see what we're talking about here in terms of like an illustration. Give me a second while I just set this up. There we go.
Got reports real quick, Joel.
Yes.
Back about a half hour ago out of St. Joseph of quarter-size hail. We have 2 of your reports that match very closely. If not quarters, then definitely nickels.
Thank you for that report. Go ahead and move the bar up to the side screen. So our warm front right now is kind of somewhere in here, or along 94. And the cold front, which we're waiting kind of to give the all clear for later tonight, is stretch across northwest Michigan right now. And again, this is going to continue to move off to the southeast. Meanwhile, this warm front, which is down here, is going to just kind of sit here. And all these storms are just going to follow that warm front. And as the evening goes on, we have a lot of spin in the atmosphere that's increasing primarily across southern Michigan and just wind shear in general. And so we have a tiny window of especially damaging winds, but a small tornado threat we cannot completely rule out yet until maybe 9 or 10 o'clock this evening. So until we get to that time, the threat for a brief weak tornado is on the table here, primarily south of 96, along that warm front. But as the cold front moves through later this evening, the cold front will not really have that tornado threat with it. It's primarily this warm front threat that's down here in southern Michigan. So again, it's just something you have to keep in mind. We have an all hazards threat here for the next couple of hours. But at the current time, the thing's leading the way. In fact, these storms have been pretty elevated, in my opinion, Ryan. The hail and the wind. So until these storms become maybe a little bit more surface-based, we do not expect any tornadoes at the current time. And yes, if you're looking up to the north, that red box you see up here for all of northern lower Michigan is that red flag warning. Again, it is in effect until 9 p.m. It's another hour and 15 here.
New warning incoming.
For fire weather. And yes.
That's long overdue.
Indeed. Go ahead and zoom down here. You can see it popping in on the screen.
While that pops in real quick, view a report in Warren of nickel-size hail real time.
Got it. Okay, so National Weather Service. We'll have you kind of zoom out here so you can see where this is tracking off to and loop it. But the National Weather Service Detroit has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Wayne County and southern Macomb until 8:30 p.m. At 7:47, a severe thunderstorm was located over Warren, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail are the main hazards, so it's in effect for both wind and hail. Radar indicated, although with the report Ryan just mentioned here, it's more observed. Impact is hail damage to vehicles being expected and wind damage to roof siding and trees. Some timing on this, according to the warning box here, says Warren, St. Clair Shores, Mount Clemens, Grosse Pointe, Sterling Heights, and Clinton Township either now or within the next 5 minutes. New Baltimore around 8:10. Other locations in this severe thunderstorm warning box include northeast Detroit, Harper Woods, Grosse Pointe Shores, Centerline, Roseville, Hamtramck, Grosse Pointe Woods, Grosse Pointe Park, Grosse Pointe Farms, and Fraser. People attending Comerica Park should seek safe shelter immediately. And they are actually still playing right now. I don't know how, but they are. They've played through the storm to this point. But again, that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Wayne and Macomb County until 8:15. Sorry, 8:30. So another 40 minutes on this. At the top of the screen, we have our chasers Evan, Tyler, and Ben out there this evening. Tyler is in southeast Michigan. We got Ben and Evan. They are in southwest Michigan as this warm front moves across the state. So right now, it's kind of your typical run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm over there in southeast Michigan. Just kind of garden variety thunderstorms, a little bit of a hail risk in southern Michigan. Nothing too out of the ordinary at the current time. Again, we see this all the time here in the spring with these warm fronts making it all the way up into Michigan. They kind of stall. And this is just kind of another day here at the office where we see this verifying across southern Michigan. And we have a level 3 of 6 for hail and wind this evening on our severe weather outlook map. If you guys missed it earlier today, it's posted on our Instagram page, our X page, and our Instagram, Facebook, and X pages at MI Storm Chasers, primarily along and south of 94. But other hazards do exist outside of that main level 3 out of 6 zone, including up here into Macomb County and eventually heading towards St. Clair County, which is not a severe thunderstorm warning yet. But we've seen it so far, verify via our Dearborn cam, those winds that we saw out there in the western side of Wayne County. These are continuing up into St. Clair Shores, Mount Clemens right now. The lead line on this, and it's really close to the radar, which you'd think would help, but it's very cluttery right now. The lead line appears to be from Shelby to Utica, through and down towards Utica Road and Katy and Fraser, and just entering St. Clair Shores now, also over Grosse Pointe Woods and Grosse Pointe Farms at the current time. So Mount Clemens, it's yet to arrive to you guys, but you guys are probably going to see it here within the next 10 minutes. And again, New Baltimore up towards your direction by around 8:10 this evening. And Comerica Park is in the severe thunderstorm warning right now. They have not put this game into a rain delay or thunderstorm delay, despite the fact there's a lot of lightning out there. I'm not sure why they haven't. They've played through this line of storms. I don't know what to say. The game is still going on, according to my phone. But we have...
I'll be right back.
Okay. We have lightning in the area. We have lightning that's stretching from Macomb County through Wayne County. We have a bunch of cells back here that are also producing lightning all the way back here towards Whitaker and Oakville and Romulus, all the way down here into northern Monroe County. And again, this line of storms is just not letting up yet. We do have a break coming back here in Jackson County, in Hillsdale County, in between this line of storms. Again, more rain on the way, more cells on the way later this evening, kind of heading down 94. At the current time, just one severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and that is southern Macomb County. And what we're looking at on radar right now is your heaviest of the rain, which is showing up here in the pinks on radar. Again, some of these raindrops get affected all the way up into the center of the core and into the freezing layer, and they tumble around for a while in that freezing layer. They turn into ice. Eventually they become heavy enough where they do fall out, and we could see some 1-inch hail. So again, if you guys do have any hail reports, feel free to send them our way. We do appreciate them, and again, we'll send those over to the National Weather Service so they can verify this severe thunderstorm warning and continue it eventually towards St. Clair County if the storm can stay together. Also, outside of this severe thunderstorm warning, we do have cells up towards Oxford, Romeo, back towards the Brighton area, north of Brighton, in Clarkston at the radar service, and down here towards Milan, near the airport. So just kind of these scattered cells everywhere. All those cells I just mentioned, not severe in nature. You can see the orange box does not include any of those cells. It is just here in southern Macomb County and extreme northeastern Wayne where that orange box is in effect. So again, respect the polygon. If you know you live inside of this orange box on the screen, it kind of looks like a big old finger pointing off to the northeast. So if you live in that finger-looking orange box, that is your severe thunderstorm warning box. So notice if you're in northern Macomb County, you're not technically in that warning. And so if you didn't get alerts on your phone, don't worry, you're not in that warning. It's just southern Macomb County. Again, that goes for tornado warnings too, if you're ever wondering and curious. Those warnings that you see pop up on your phone are always going to pop in if you're in the warning box. Doesn't mean, sometimes if it is in the same county as you, it will pop in for your county. But for the most part, especially for your wireless emergency alerts, if you're not inside that for example, if it was a tornado warning, if you're not inside the red box, then it won't usually push a wireless emergency alert on your phone. So again, it's pretty much polygon based, so always look to see where the polygons are based on our severe weather coverage or on your weather app, because again, it is sometimes just fractions of counties like we're seeing out there this evening for southern Macomb and northeastern Wayne County. So again, if you're in western Wayne, you're not in that orange box. So if you know you live anywhere outside of this orange box in Wayne County, you guys are good for now. You guys just have run-of-the-mill thunderstorms ongoing. If you're in the far northeastern point of Wayne County, Hamtramck, Grosse Pointe Park, St. Clair Shores, up here into Macomb County, Fraser, Mount Clemens, you are in this orange box. So you should be taking shelter inside, away from windows or exterior walls until this storm does pass. Excuse me. At the current time, it looks like the storm is actually tracking more off to the east. So for the most part, if the winds don't get up to New Baltimore might be missed by the core of at least the precipitation. I will say this wind does appear to be extending up and north, kind of even outside of the warning box a little bit. So up here towards Utica and Shelby, which is again outside of the warning box. So again, wind is still heading your way, Mount Clemens, New Baltimore, but the core of the precipitation right now, the hail, is down here towards St. Clair Shores. We can see the pinks and the reds on radar.
I'm back in the background, just FYI.
Okay. Sounds good. Still continues to intensify as it heads towards or down M59 into the Milford area. We'll keep an eye on that one. These northern cells that are tapping into that unused instability on the northern fringe of that warm front, they could go severe warn, so we'll keep an eye on it. I'm going to go ahead and check back in on our southwest Michigan friends here real quick. At the current time, it looks like there's a couple strong cells in Paw Paw and Portage. Again, special weather statements are in effect here for strong storms, but not severe. We do have more storms moving in to the west. We'll go ahead and switch over to our northern Indiana radar to kind of verify that. There they are. And speaking of more severe, St. Clair County, incoming severe.
I got it.
Sounds good. I see an orange box pop up on the screen here real quick. I do have the details already popped in on the back side of things, so I can read them off as that orange box pops in. National Weather Service in Detroit, Pontiac has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern St. Clair County until 9 p.m. At 7:57, a severe thunderstorm was located over St. Clair Shores, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazards are, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. It is radar indicated. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Wind damage to roof siding and trees also possible. A severe thunderstorm will be near New Baltimore now around 8:05. Algonac, Harson's Island. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan. It might be pronounced Harrison's Island. 8:10.
Harson's Island.
Harson's Island, 8:10. Marine City, 8:20. We also have Anchorville, Pearl Beach, and Fairhaven in this severe thunderstorm warning. If you are outside, please take shelter inside immediately. Lowest floor of a building. So again, that's that orange box you just saw pop up on the screen for southern St. Clair County, which includes St. Clair, Marine City, and Algonac. Very close to the Ontario-Michigan border. So the cell right now that we are watching that is severe thunderstorm warned right over St. Clair Shores. Pretty decent core on this one. We're seeing some pixels now. There could be some larger hail. I need to get a 3D scan that's actually reasonable. There we go. Hail core up to about 21,000 feet, so that's a pretty beefy storm. So if you're in St. Clair Shores, likely getting some decent hail right now, or any surrounding areas back off to the west that may just be getting their hail reports sent in now. Again, make sure it is safe to do so when sending in those hail reports. Again, we don't want you to go run outside in a lightning storm. But again, when it is safe to do so, getting a hail report over to us, we do appreciate that. There's our nickel-sized hail report you can see on radar from the Warren area from around the 7:40 time frame. 2 miles east of Hazel Park is the official location on this. But the center of the cell right now is in St. Clair Shores and Grosse Pointe Woods, primarily though sticking its tongue out over onto Lake St. Clair. And so this will be a Lake St. Clair problem for probably the next 10 minutes here before it eventually starts moving in towards the Middle Channel Drive and the South Channel Drive region of extreme southern St. Clair counties. Current time right now, 8:01. Been live here for an hour 7. If you're just tuning in or you've been live or just been watching since the beginning, if you haven't hit that like button yet, we appreciate it. If you haven't done so, again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritz. We also have Ryan in the background. He is President of Operations here at MSC. Still watching severe storms possible off to the west that will be moving in later in the next hour or so for portions of, well, Van Buren, Berrien, and Cass counties again, as they track along this warm front here in southern Michigan. And we are still watching up to the north here. If I switch over to the Grand Rapids radar, a cold front that is moving down from the northwest. And this cold front will be responsible for, well, more winds again later tonight. For the most part, until this line of storms gets south of 96, it should be sub-severe. Some gusty winds may be mixing in that are sub-severe, so that means below 60 mile per hour. You can still have 50 mile per hour winds, which will bring down some trees and power lines, but anything severe, so 60 mile per hour or higher, is primarily going to be from Muskegon, Grand Rapids, Flint, and points south as this cold front does approach. So Grand Rapids right now, you're sitting pretty. You're in between the cold front and the warm front, nothing really happening. We do have to watch out for the potential for some strong to severe winds later tonight. And that'll be primarily after that 10 to 11 p.m. time frame. We do expect all severe with the cold front after the warm front's kind of done its thing later this evening. But once the cold front moves through, should be done close to the 1 or 2 a.m. time frames as this cold front moves through the state by that time. Yes, boo cold. Yeah, behind that cold front, that cold weather does move back in. This is kind of our one break of 70-degree weather in a stretch of, well, about 40 and 50-degree weather here within the next 7 to 10 days. Sounds good. So Drew is targeting that line out to the west still, over here in southeast or southwest Michigan. That's on Lake Michigan. That'll be heading off towards the Kalamazoo, Sturgis, Niles area within the next hour or so. We'll go back to the east side of the state. Severe weather does continue here. The core of the storm now is primarily, well, over Lake St. Clair. St. Clair Haven and Mount Clemens primarily getting the wind and the rain at the current time. Some of this hail right now over Sale Road. Yes, Sale Road at Metropolitan Parkway. A very extreme kind of southeastern tip of Macomb County. New Baltimore, kind of less precipitation up your way, but you can still get the winds. You guys are in that severe thunderstorm warning at the current time. So all these other cells you see surrounding, those are not severe. Just kind of some rain and some lightning. Some decent cells moving through Oakland County, also not severe. And so now we're kind of playing the waiting game, as we do have severe weather out there, but this line of severe weather is primarily on Lake St. Clair, specifically where you see the reds and the pinks. That is going to be your hail core. Wind-wise, we'll go ahead and get a new storm motion vector on this, because I think our wind has kind of been updated for more of a northeasterly motion. And it is 242 at 37 for degrees in speed. Yeah, our wind is, it's there. it's definitely there, but it's not as impressive as we were seeing earlier on radar with those 60-mile-per-hour pixels very close to the radar site in south, especially heading into Wayne County. So good news, it looks like this is starting to weaken in terms of the wind. Let's hope that continues that way. But the hail still does look a little bit impressive here, as you have a decent hail core on Lake St. Clair right now. And again, if you have anyone that's boating out there, if possible, head to safe shelter, safe harbor immediately, because again, this is over the lake right now, and it's some decent hail, or at least some decent rain that's falling out there just south of St. Clair Haven, where those pinks are now changing over to dark grays and even blacks on radar. VIL product is what I was showing you guys. That's kind of where the center of the hail core is. We're waiting for an update on that. So you can see it's kind of trailing behind the main core here. Correlation coefficient will show it better. There's your core. Correlation coefficient radar is another radar product we use to show you guys where meteorological objects and non-meteorological objects are falling in the atmosphere, or in some cases, meteorological objects that are, well, rugged in nature. So that would mean is, hail and sometimes sleet. But primarily hail is what's going to be jagged in nature. And the red, or the, I guess, purplish, violetish color here is all of your uniform droplets in the atmosphere, so your rain and your snow. Anything that changes over to these, these reds and these oranges and these yellows, that's kind of your hail core. There's a big patch of it right now just to the south of Middle Channel Drive. And it is heading right up towards the Middle Channel Drive and South Channel Drive region, eventually heading towards Algonac. So again, we can see that on radar here in our correlation coefficient. Reds changing over to oranges and yellows. That's non-uniform meteorological nature, so that would be hail tumbling around the atmosphere. Thankfully, not seeing any blues. Obviously, that would be debris, and we don't have to worry about that tonight for the most part. Again, if we would be we look at correlation coefficient radar also for tornadic weather. And again, right now, there's nothing in terms of rotation out there with any of these storms. So good news there. Also,
Joel,
yes, go ahead.
a report out of Mattawan in our inbox, real-time report as of 1 minute ago. We have dime to nickel size hail just north of Mattawan heading into Kalamazoo.
It's pretty impressive for a small little cell. Small and mighty as it heads down 94 there. Circle it on the screen. Kalamazoo and Portage is heading your way. We'll see if it stays together. But that is a real-time report. It just came in from Ryan via report behind the scenes. Appreciate you guys' reports. Go to the north and check in on our cold front real quick. See how it's progressing. Again, we need rain up here, as the wildfires have been going on up there today, especially in the Mayo area of Oscoda County where there's evacuations underway. The rain is coming, but there's also wind associated with some of these patches of rain, so that's just going to continue to, well, unfortunately move the fire around a little bit, and we need a lot of rain to kind of extinguish it. So hoping for the best.
Also,
but we'll see. Go ahead.
Mammatus clouds in Monroe County. That's a tongue twister and a half to try and say.
Oh.
Mammatus clouds in Monroe County.
Yeah.
Got a lot of your reports coming into those.
Got it. So say if you didn't know if you had it on camera there.
Unfortunately, no. I can try the Dundee cam, but I'm getting like over by like the Lake Erie area. I don't think we have anything over there facing east. Yeah, I don't have anything, unfortunately.
Yeah. You just got to trim. The severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed back from Wayne County. So Wayne County, you guys are good now for the severe thunderstorm warning. It is still in effect for this tiny little portion of Macomb County. That'll likely get trimmed here within the next 5 minutes. It continues for St. Clair County here until 9 p.m. So we got a while yet for our St. Clair County folks, but we're getting there for these initial cells. Also watching these cells continue to blossom near the Clarkston, Waterford, and Milford areas in central Oakland County. we'll have to see how this progresses throughout the next couple scans here. At the current time, though, not really worried about the Oakland County cells until maybe another scan or two comes in. I would not be surprised if you're in the region of Ormond Road and Big Lake Road in Oakland County, of at least some P to marble size hail potentially starting to fall. Because again, we've already seen this with that cell over in Marcellus. It's a very small cell, but it's producing what Ryan said up to maybe even nickel-sized hail there. So it doesn't take much on a day today where we have very steep lapse rates out there, which if you guys missed the scientific explanation of lapse rates, it's when you have a big change in temperature with a very short distance of height. So again, think of it as, this is just an extreme example, it's 70 degrees here at the surface, but you go up into the upper levels of the atmosphere and it's maybe 30 degrees, maybe like a mile or two up. Again, that sudden change of warming to cooling, it's a sign the atmosphere is very unstable. It's also a sign that you can get rain that quickly changes over to ice in a short amount of time. And those updrafts are sitting right in that freezing layer too. So a lot of that rain, that core that you see out there, is sitting inside the freezing layer, and so we get continuous hail development this evening.
Getting viewer reports of double and even triple rainbows across the eastern Michigan region.
Wow. New scan coming in for our cell that is heading into St. Clair County. It's now just starting to come on the land here for the wind, and soon to be the hail. For the locations of Middle Channel Drive and South Channel Drive, also heading up towards Colony Drive. That's about 2 minutes away or so. So Pearl Beach, Algonac, soon. About 5 or 7 minutes away from you guys there. It's a nice hail core on that. Anywhere you see the pinks on our reflectivity radar. Still watching back here to the west, the Oakland County cells. Statemented, but not warned.
Whoa.
What's up?
Whoa. I just got a excellent picture. Our weather cam may actually have something. Stand by.
Okay.
Oh, yep. Get ready to take me. Oh, that is insane.
Oh. We're all on the edge of our
Sharing it.
seats.
This is actually one of the better mammatus clouds I have ever seen. I'm live.
Oh, wow. That is incredible.
If any photographers are out in the Ludington area, there is a double rainbow on the very far left of your screen. And above it, those are mammatus cloud, which is a lot of cold air sinking out of the thunderstorm. It creates those mammatus clouds. That is absolutely gorgeous. They're harmless. It is very picturesque. If you are in the Ludington area here, get outside and look up. That is a sight to behold. Thank you to JC's Area Mini Golf for this view. This is at the mid place facing to the south and west. So if you live in Ludington or anywhere around it, look up right now. Current time is 8:14.
Yeah, that's very impressive. I don't want to leave this camera, honestly. It's beautiful. That is absolutely page worthy. Again, that is a mammatus cloud if you're just tuning in, plus a double rainbow, as you can see there at the very left side of the screen. I don't know if you want to zoom in real quick, Ryan, to kind of check out the rainbow, but
I can, yeah. I'm trying to get a recording of this real quick. Whoops.
yeah, that's fine.
You want to take me off the screen real quick?
Yep, I got you.
Am I good?
Yes.
I can't see your screen. Okay, thank you. And you can take it back if you need it.
We also have Evan up there who appears to have a good shot of, I believe the sun's starting to set now. The Coloma area. He's also very close to another cell that's starting to move into the St. Joseph region. So have to keep an eye on that. We're about to get some pretty decent sunset alerts, rainbow alerts, all at the same time as some cool clouds. So again, if you're any sort of outdoor photographer, now might be your time to shine here as the sun starts to set. You got the yellows and the pinks starting to set in with the sunset out there. But again, severe weather is still occurring out there, specifically for St. Clair County. You also have a lot of lightning out there with these storms, so do be careful, do be mindful when the severe weather is occurring, or any just thunderstorms in general, to watch for lightning. And when thunder roars, go indoors, because if you hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by the lightning. They officially went to rain delay at the Tigers game.
Finally?
Yes.
Insanity.
Yep. If you zoom in at the downtown Detroit, there's a tiny little shower there that will be through the area within the next 10 to 15 minutes, probably. So it'll be a very short-lived rain delay. Also continue to watch off to the southwest. As we mentioned here, we have a line of strong storms on Lake Michigan right now. Probably a little bit of a hail risk, and that's about it. Although there are a couple little splotches of wind trying to mix in that we'll have to continue to monitor. Also, if you guys are curious, that line of storms, technically speaking, is up here in Ludington. That's your cold front. And that is what you saw the Mattis clouds there at the top left of the screen. And man, that is just...
It just gets better and better.
That's just... wow.
It's nuts.
Yeah. It's absolutely gorgeous.
It's nuts.
And again, Mattis clouds, harmless. There, top left of the screen. Go ahead and take Evan's cam off just for the time being there, so you can kind of see the full structure. And that's live courtesy of JC's Mini Golf in Ludington area there, right by the beach. Or kind of
A lot of P-size reports out of the Warren area as well as Oshtemo Township.
So that's the Kalamazoo County. What was the other one? To the Warren?
The Warren area.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure that was delayed or not, but that's some reports.
Yeah, so Macomb and Wayne County and also Kalamazoo County. So all these tiny little cells you see out there this evening producing hail in some capacity with lapse rates the way they are. You can also see there, right at the left center side of the screen, there's another storm or cell.
Popping up there over the lake.
Over the lake, yeah.
Or Indiana. Probably just east of Chicago there.
No, it's probably these cells offshore of Whitehall.
Yeah, actually, my radar's on the wrong one, so you're right. You're right.
Mm-hmm. So it'd be these cells right here. For those who are curious on radar what they would be, those are the distance about 20 or 30 nautical miles away from Ludington. If you are typing in chat tonight, please be respectful of our moderators and please do not spam. We appreciate you guys very much. Keep it friendly there. Do not answer specific locations in chat. Right now we are watching our severe weather, currently our only severe thunderstorm warning in the state, heading into Pearl Beach and Algonac at the current time with some hail threat and some wind threat. Main hazards here are going to be your 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, if you're just tuning in, St. Clair County, southern St. Clair County, in effect until 9 p.m. If you're in central and northern St. Clair counties, you can see all of this portion of St. Clair County that is pretty much unbothered by storms. You guys are not in this severe thunderstorm warning. And St. Clair County is a pretty big county. If you go from north to south across St. Clair County, you can take, if I had to imagine, I don't visit southeast Michigan often, but just seeing how far across this is, at least 30 to 45 minutes to get across the county. That's a big distance for a county-based warning to be in effect. So that's why the National Weather Service issues these sectional severe thunderstorm warnings. This one is for southern St. Clair County. So if you're up there in Yale, or even up here into Melvin, which is southern Sanilac County, it's probably pretty sunny where you guys are at, being pretty unbothered, while all the way down here in Algonac and Pearl Beach, you are being bothered by this 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds potentially that may still be ongoing here.
We might have a sunset alert in a few minutes here. A lot of these cameras I'm looking at are going to be orange or red.
I believe it. Check out Tyler's cam there, center of the screen. I'm going to bring him in full here just a sec. Oh, I missed it. I think he's turning right, though. He's going to have a view of it. Yeah, look at that. Golden sunset glow there in Ann Arbor.
If you want to take my screen back, I don't know if you still have it or not, but I'm looking at the Hudsonville cam, courtesy of Grand Equipment Company, right down 96. Looking at the sunset, about to set behind a cloud structure there. That's another orange glow there to look at.
I just went by that camera the other day. Good night. It's Hudsonville, Michigan, courtesy of Grand Equipment, right there on I-196. Looking to the west-northwest, give or take. Sunset moving in. We have plenty of good views coming in. Again, our weather camera network's up to 101 cameras with more on the way. If you guys would like to become a weather camera sponsor, see your business become a sponsor of our weather camera network, feel free to send us an email. Our email can be found on our Facebook page in our page bio. Otherwise, our moderators will probably link them in chat here if you guys would like a link to email us about inquiring on a weather camera. Latest update for our hail core right now on Morrow Road near Swartout Road, heading up towards Geenaw Road and Lawson Road. There's some very interesting names that are very hard to pronounce in my opinion. Also Roberts Road.
Indeed.
And Marsh Road. Not as hard to pronounce. Mill Street, downtown Algonac within the next minute or so for the heavier of the core. Correlation coefficient, still some reds and oranges mixing in there. Our VIL should tell us where the center of this core is at. And it is primarily in Pearl Beach versus Algonac at the current time. But again, the current projection will keep this just outside. Oh boy, it's very close to Algonac. It's very, very, very close. Again, if you're in Algonac, you should be taking shelter no matter what for the wind, but also potentially the hail. Marine City, this is a dead beeline to you guys here within the next probably 6-ish minutes. And again, this is heading straight up towards Broadbridge Road, off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Instability is still copious in nature out there this evening. We're still kind of waiting and seeing what these storms off to the west do. Our wind shear is increasing as the evening goes on, so we do have to watch out for a small, very, 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 very brief window for a tornado threat. Right now, again, nothing's looked that impressive in terms of rotation on radar. It's just been damaging wind and hail. But again, we do expect our low-level rotation. These storms may become briefly surface-based as we get closer to sunset here this evening before eventually the capping inversion takes over and these storms stay, well, completely elevated in nature, so not able to tap into that low-level rotation. So a brief window is kind of ongoing here soon, but our main concerns tonight are that hail and damaging wind factor, and right now, according to the Grand Rapids radar, there appears to be, I don't know if this is really side lobes in nature, but some gusty winds up towards Evan, which I'll bring him back in here. And he is up in the Paw Paw Lake area, just southwest of Covert. I just lost my audio. Ryan, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. For some reason, like, my Chrome tabs all just glitched out for a second and everything just crashed. Okay, cool. As long as everyone can still hear me and see me, we're okay. Go back to our lone severe thunderstorm warning in the state right now, which is in southeast Michigan. And this hail core continues to exit Pro Beach in Elginak at the current time. So heading towards, again, still Roberts Road. Eventually M29 here along the river in Marine City. And that's about it. These cells to the north, not really much of a concern. There could be some gusty winds mixing in, but they are outside of severe criteria. You know, you already see this orange box in effect is where the severe thunderstorm warning currently exists, which does include portions of downtown St. Clair. Cindy, back from month number 22, saying thank you for the awesome coverage. Thank you very much, Cindy. Also, Robert Henry, $1 super chat. Char, of course, $5 super chat, saying thank you, Michigan Storm Chasers. No problem. Red Dozier, $20 super chat. Hi, everyone. Just came in and I can see the big cloud tops just to the south of me. Thanks, Joel and Ryan. No problem, Red. Thank you as always for donating. Also, as well, for the 20 gifted memberships for our generous subscribers here. Again, if you're subscribed on YouTube, it's free to do. And you may have just been gifted courtesy of Red. Worm is Hot, $2 super chat. Justine P, $19.99 super chat. Thank you for all your hard work with a smiley face emoji. No problem, Justine. Thank you for your support. We ourselves gifted 5 gifted memberships here at MSC. Also, Kimberly, $4.99 super chat. Rise Against, one of our mods, back from month number 16. Tyler favored for a Chasey for Sunset of the Year. Very much Rise Against, one of our mods here. And Julie, one of our mods, back from month number 24. Trolling us by saying almost time to see heat lightning. For those who don't know, heat lightning does not exist, of course. But Julie loves to troll us on it. Thank you as always, Julie, for your support. And finally, Red Dozier, back from month number 23. Posted this earlier, but I thought I'd do it again. You are all a bunch of, I don't even know how to say that, coronaphiles. And no, it's not a bad word. I'll let you all look that up. Thank you, Red. I'll take your word for it. Appreciate your support as always. And again, if any of you guys donated here on YouTube, appreciate you guys, but my software did crash, so it might have gotten rid of some of them, but we do appreciate you guys that have done that this evening, and those who have donated across all the platforms. So again, we appreciate you guys very much. And again, feel no need to support us via monetary support, but again, a like does go a long ways, so I do appreciate you guys. Hit that like button completely free of charge. Hail core now directly on Broadbridge Road and Roberts Road, primarily to the east of Marsh Road now. So it's quickly moving through. And I would tend to believe that the severe thunderstorm warning will be done in the next 5 minutes. Marine City closer to the 10 or the 8:35 mark here. And you actually just saw this trim on the screen, but the severe thunderstorm warning is no longer in effect for New Baltimore or Fairhaven. So it's very, very close. We have a butterfly cocoon shaped severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for St. Clair County, southeastern St. Clair County. And that is it. We're still watching some strong cells in the Oxford Lake Orion area and Romeo, but those are not of concern at the current time. Also still continuing to watch these cells off to the west, which are producing some wind on Lake Michigan. We'll have to see if that translates to the surface as this moves on shore. We might actually get a break here. We'll see. We knock on wood now. like Ben is done for now. So we just have Evan and Tyler out there. Evan is out at the lake, it looks like. Go ahead and check in with him live. Oh, he is with Ben. I think I just saw Ben there. Looks like he's setting up for a good sunset within the storm. As the rain starts to fly. You can see his dot in the bottom right side of the screen. He is just to the north of St. Joseph on that lead cell as it moves into southwest Michigan. Sky's yellow gold in southwest Michigan. You can actually see that right now on Evan's cam as the storm passes over and affects his cell service a little bit. We're kind of going to get a first-hand look in terms of what exactly the winds are going to do here as they move on shore. See the trees moving around just a little bit at the current time. Sorry guys, I was just moving my desk down so I can sit down for a little bit. That's why I was muted.
Joel, I don't think we need to end the stream at any point after this is done warned because this
Last storm
in
is
Berry
coming
County,
back.
unless you wanted to.
Right.
But
Desiree says pea-sized hail north of Kalamazoo in Richland. Estella is just continuing to put out those small hail reports there in the Kalamazoo region. It's over here in the Augusta region now. I can see as it's tracked across Kalamazoo County, it's kind of maintained its oomph, so to speak. Back it up here. Went over downtown Kalamazoo. Again, it's not severe warn. It's just kind of a normal strong thunderstorm. And in fact, this is starting to hand off a little bit down to the south here towards Athens on the K Drive South 2.5 mile road area. So we'll see if that cell starts to produce hail too. But this small yet mighty cell over Augusta continues to provide. I actually changed my radar here so you guys can see it. This little cell up here to the north. Richland, Galesburg, Augusta area. That's number one. And we have this new cell. Oh gosh. Stop glitching, please. Thank you. K Drive South. So just south of Climax. Go back over to our severe thunderstorm warning. Again, you can see at the top of the screen of Evan and Tyler who are live. Evan's along Lake Michigan with Ben and Drew. Well, Drew's south a little bit. And then we have Tyler who's over on the east side of the state. And Tyler is in the Chelsea region. So he's kind of in between cells right now. Ryan, I'm not sure if you saw this, but we did have a severe gust report come in from earlier this evening, and this is courtesy of the Grosse Point, I think, Yacht Club here in Wayne County. The Mesonet station, they reported 61 mile per hour winds. Again, 60 mile per hour winds is your criteria for severe. So that definitely hit severe there. Also had 51 reported up at the Lake St. Clair Metro Park in Macomb County at the Mesonet there. More cells starting to develop on the northern preface of this severe thunderstorm warning outside of the severe thunderstorm warning box. These new cells starting up towards Marysville and Port Huron. Not severe warned at the current time. But it does look like there's a little bit of wind trying to mix in with this one still. It kind of extends from that actual severe thunderstorm warning itself. But I would not be surprised if you are here along the Gratiot Avenue region in Wadham's Road. It's kind of heading directly up Gratiot Avenue. So right towards Marysville at the current time. So if you're within the Marysville region, and eventually Port Huron, this line of, it looks like just gusty showers heading your way, are, well, indeed heading your way. That does, yeah, there's a couple pockets here that are gusty. If you are in Barron County, I would be advised of this line here. I'll circle it with my mouse. This is what we're watching next. So Bridgman to New Buffalo. I know you guys have already been hit once or twice this afternoon, but take a look at our velocity radar. Again, anywhere you see these brighter greens changing to these cyan colors, those could be your strong to severe winds, and that's quite the pocket there showing up on Lake Michigan, just to the north of Michigan City. Again, current motion on this continues it towards the Sawyer and Bridgman area, eventually maybe drifting a little bit south towards New Buffalo. Also have an additional complex of wind just north of Gary, heading towards Ogden Dunes. And we do have a Gary cam down there, which I don't have access to.
Stand by.
But that is heading, that secondary complex is heading, if it continues off to the east, maybe even move to the east-northeast, towards Michigan City and maybe New Buffalo as well. We just kind of have to see how storm interaction works with these storms as they move onshore from Lake Michigan within the next probably 15 to 45 minutes.
I can get you a view here from the Gary cam in a few seconds. I'm loading up the account.
No worries. And we have Drew out there. He is in the Three Oaks area, and he's got pictures behind the scenes.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
You're going to want to take the Gary cam.
Oh, nice.
This is courtesy of Wells Street Beach, one of our Indiana weather cams, right on Lake Michigan. This is facing to the north. As you can see, there is a cloud structure moving on in.
Does that tilt up a little bit, or is that the highest it goes?
Nope, this is as far as it goes.
Okay. Very ominous looking. But definitely high based, so it looks like it's not going to be as much of a tornado threat, hopefully. Go ahead.
No, I bet you that's going to be, I'm guessing it's an outflow out of the head of the storm there.
Yeah.
Usually that type of cloud base is equivalent of an outflow boundary pushing out. So I'm going to guess as this passes over the camera, it's going to get a little bit more gusty out ahead of this.
Here comes
I like the
marine
color
warning.
base, so you got blues and orange and yellows.
Yeah. Especially here at sunset.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I am not moving the camera. Somebody else is.
It wasn't me.
It was you,
No, it was not me.
go left to right if you're watching the stream. I don't know who's doing this, but
It's probably one of our Indiana guys. Might be
that
Caleb.
or them themselves. I'm not doing anything at this point.
Nice. Got multiple people controlling the camera at the same time here. Going back, I just really quickly wanted to mention that this is now special marine warning. You see the blue box popping on the screen. That's for your northern batch of wind here. They are going to go 40 mile per hour knots. Or, jeez, that's two different units here. 40 knots of wind. Goodness gracious.
40 mile per hour knots. Let's explore that fact, shall we?
It's like it's about the same thing. No, that's about 45 to 50 mile per hour winds. Again, those are going to be heading in towards Bridgman and Sawyer. Those are going to be heading towards really Evan, Drew, and Ben, who are all out there. We'll go ahead and put their screens back at the top of the screen here so you can get to see them. Evan's out at the lake, top left. Tyler, by the way, he's on the opposite side of the state, southeast side. Out chasing this evening. We'll go ahead and go back to our severe thunderstorm warning, which is still in effect on the east side of the state. And that severe storm has moved off into Ontario. So this box should be done here in just a second. But a new cell's popped over Marysville as it continues to do so. That wind continues to stay there, and we now have to look for hail. Any cores of hail? Maybe just slightly. Maybe some pea-sized hail falling out there in the Marysville region. According to our radar products available, it's a little far from radar sight, but correlation coefficient, which is the radar I'm currently showing you guys, that is showing the uniformity of the rain or the precipitation in the atmosphere. So the reds and these pinks that you see, that's all of your uniform rain and snow. And anywhere you see these red changing to orange and yellows, that could be some pea-sized hail trying to mix in. So it'd be Marysville heading up towards Port Huron. Just waiting to see that orange box pop off the screen. That blue, by the way, that is your special marine warning. So that's essentially equivalent to what they consider a severe thunderstorm warning for the waters. So if you know anyone boating out here offshore of Berrien County, south of St. Joseph, it's very important to seek safe harbor until this hazardous weather does pass. .269 at 37 is a storm motion on this, I believe. Let me double check. Yes, 269 at 37. So it'll help us with the wind velocities as they come on shore. Kind of waiting and seeing if National Reserve Detroit issues a short fused statement or not. I will say this, there's no more statements or warnings. Yeah, there we go. There goes the severe thunderstorm warning. So the warning's done. You'll see it pop off the screen in just a second. You can see the bottom of the screen now has the highest active alert as the red flag warning. That is due to the wildfire conditions up north, which this red flag warning will be also canceled here at about 9 o'clock. So this will also be popping off the screen here soon. But there are no more warnings or no more statements in effect here on the southeast side of the state. So you guys are good for now. I will say this, some pea-sized hail still mixing in with these isolated showers that are kind of scattered throughout Oakland and Livingston and Washtenaw and Wayne counties, and even up here towards Macomb and St. Clair. But nothing severe. Just be advised, thunder and lightning is still occurring out there. If you hear thunder, head inside, be smart. Stay inside until the thunder stops and the lightning is done. So our attention now gets drawn back to the southeast side of the state, where we do have a batch of wind starting to head towards the shore. And yes, we will definitely stay alive for this one. This one continues to show signs of strengthening. Sounds good. So Drew is heading towards the beach. He'll have some views to share behind the scenes at least.
I'll be there in 15 minutes.
Don't believe he has his camera with him today. So he's kind of just sending in content as he gets it behind the scenes. But that on velocity right there, that patch of green is what we're looking at for these winds gusting forward towards Sawyer and New Buffalo. So if you know anyone in Bridgman, Sawyer, New Buffalo, or anyone here in southern and central Berrien County, again, like and share goes a long ways. Even if you don't know anybody in Berrien County, help spread the word to your friends and family or fellow Michiganders that are down here. We have some strong winds heading towards the Lakeshore region. Also, if anyone is traveling I-69 south, or sorry, I-94 south of St. Joseph down towards the Michigan City, New Buffalo region, this wind would be impacting the interstate very, very soon. So a good idea to kind of wait until the storm passes. It's going to be a lot of heavy rain no matter what and some blowing wind within the cell. So it's going to be the equivalent of whiteout conditions in some capacity here as this line of cells moves on shore. Again, St. Joseph down to New Buffalo in Berrien County. We also have that other cell up here in the Covert and Bangor area, which is trying to produce some hail, and probably did, according to correlation coefficient here. It had a brief dump of hail in between Covert and Bangor. So let us know what you guys are seeing there, if at all. But that cell has quickly turned into a little bit of a heart and is trying to rain itself out. Yeah, the red flag warning is for the fire weather up north. So northern Michigan, there's 23 counties in northern Michigan, north of US 10, that are in that red flag warning here until 9 o'clock this evening.
No, it has nothing to do with your ex.
Oh my gosh.
That is the running joke today I've seen in the comment section. And no, nothing to do with your previous relationships.
Ryan, you can just admit that you said it. It's okay.
No, I mean there's comments on our page that say the exact same thing. It's a running joke with it. So
Okay.
I will pull up receipts. Try me.
All right.
Berrien County. I think you guys are up next year for some pretty strong storms. Otherwise, I think the east side for now at least is pretty much cleared. There's a couple pop-ups over there, but yeah, it looks like a pretty clear evening for now. Attention is back to the west now as this line's going to push across 94 next hour to 3 or 4 hours. The good news, I think, Joel, is we're going to likely see a gradual weakening trend as the sun sets. It won't be immediate. We're going to start noticing a weakening trend here. But over the next hour to 3 hours or so, I think the threat is highest, and we'll be live throughout it.
Absolutely. Especially as these this cold front starts to approach in from the rear. That'll kind of help. Seeing a lot of delayed reports starting to come in now of hail from earlier as well. I see Berrien County added another 1-inch hail report. The Fairplain area.
There is a third-party or third-hand report here. I'm not sure where it came from, but it's in from a reliable source. St. Clair Shores has significant tree damage in that region from earlier storms.
That was the 61 mile per hour report, I believe.
Probably.
Yeah.
But there's another report coming in of actual like damage, structural damage from trees. Yeah. So I don't know where or the extent of that. It's just a third-hand report from a trusted source. Those cells on the Lake Michigan here will probably be warned, I have to imagine, in Berrien County. They don't look impressive on reflectivity in terms of like hail cores or anything like that.
It's the wind.
But the wind on it is absolutely cranking.
Yeah.
This is a spot that I want a weather camera in. If anybody's watching from Berrien County, from Bridgman down to New Buffalo region, close to Lake Michigan, we have been trying to get a camera in this area for the past 6 months with no luck. We have some in Berrien Springs, but I want some on or close to the lake shore because we have so many storms that come in Berrien County right in this area, and it's an area where we should get a camera up in. So if you live or you own a business and want to sponsor a camera on the West Michigan shoreline in Berrien County, let us know. Would appreciate that. I'm going to switch back to our Michigan cams here for the time being. Hey, speaking of warning in Berrien, that was well timed.
Yep. National Weather Service
60 mile per hour wind.
Yep, National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Berrien County, primarily southern and central, until 9:30 p.m. At 8:49, a severe thunderstorm was located near New Buffalo, or 12 miles northeast of Michigan City, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard is 60 mile per hour wind gusts. It is radar indicated. Roof damage, siding damage, and tree damage all possible. This severe thunderstorm will be near Bridgman around 9. We also have Buchanan around 9:15 and Niles around 9:20. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm warning include Union Pier, Grand Beach, Glendora, New Troy, Harbert, Bertrand, Sawyer, Turner Shores, Dayton, and Michiana. Also includes Interstate 94 in Michigan between mile markers 0 and 22. If you are in this severe thunderstorm warning box in orange, you should be taking shelter on the lowest floor of the building, away from any exterior walls that may have trees or hail's not a factor for this. So any exterior walls where trees may come through. So please be careful. If you are in Berrien County, Southern Berrien, and Central Berrien County, that is the orange box you see on your screen now turning on. St. Joseph, Benton Harbor, Benton Heights, and up towards Coloma and Waterville. You guys are not in this severe thunderstorm warning. It is just to your south where the damaging winds are moving in. And on radar, we're showing you guys right now the velocity scan. So there's our wind radar. And anywhere you see these greens on radar changing into the cyan blues,
Whoa.
that is going to be your gusty winds. What's up?
You need to take my screen right now.
Oh, wow.
This is up in the UP at Flotation Docking Systems at Cedarville. This is right on the lake. This is facing north, though, in Aurora Cam. Holy sunset.
Sunset alert for sure.
Holy fire sunset. So thank you to Flotation Docking Services for this. I'm going to get this up on the page. There's your south cam.
There's a rainbow too.
That's gorgeous. That's insane. I think the north cam is definitely a bit better.
Yeah, huge shout out to Cedarville Marine there, Flotation Docking Services in Cedarville, for sponsoring that camera view. We'll go back to our severe weather on hand here. The core of this wind is heading directly to the east, and here in southwest Michigan, straight towards Sawyer, just to the north of New Buffalo. But the impacts will be felt to the north and south. So Buffalo, this is going to be you guys right now. Sawyer also up next within the next 6 minutes. So a lot going on here in the I-94 region, really south of Stevensville tonight, but also north. Got a warning up there too. It's been busy. We got you covered from beginning to end, and this warning will be in effect here for a little bit now, till 9:30. So if you are in this orange box, be prepared to take shelter until 9:30 when this warning officially ends. Again, we are in live tracking right now, so we're going to be focusing on this cell only until any other cells maybe pop up and produce a severe threat.
Trying to get myself in an open field to get a view on this here shortly.
Drew's still trying to get in a good spot out there. He is on I-94. I keep saying 196. It's 94 there in southwest Michigan near Sawyer. Imagine he's probably getting off the highway there in just a second, as he mentioned.
The latest SPC alert just got released. No change on their part. Slight risk continues in South Michigan.
Yep. It's quite the punch of wind there coming in. Rocket back and forth here. You can see how those progress. Okay, we're looking at these lighter blues. For those who are just curious on what we're looking at here on radar, is our wind radar. The pixel that I'm hovering over, according to my mouse here, is basically 69.5 mile per hour winds You're at 4,700 feet off the ground. So if that mixes to the ground, that could be a very big concern for, especially for our lakeshore residents first tier from Sawyer to New Buffalo, even up towards Bridgman. Could get on the action here of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. But again, the warning is in effect for 60, which is baseline severe here in Southwest Michigan. If you're elsewhere in the state, there are no other warnings in effect. Guys are good for now. Enjoy your evening for the time being. We're continuing to watch this cluster as it moves off towards eventually the I-69 corridor and eventually southeast side of the state. Now, as I mentioned here, this cold front continues to move off to the southeast as well. This cold front's a little bit further north than you guys may realize at the current time. And it is, if I have to actually look at the wind barbs because I want to make sure this is correct. Oh, come on. Where's that? Come on. Load, please. Or don't. That's fine, too. Looking for distinct wind shifts here or chills. And I believe, yeah, there it is. Okay, so the cold front right now is... Give me a sec. I gotta switch over my other radar. Draw on the radar here. Cold front is right in there. Actually, there we go. Something like that. So if you're north of this line, you're good. If you are south of this line, you're chilling. You're straight facing it right now. If you are here in Berrien County right now, it is a sad face weather where the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. And again, this is the warm front right here. Same thing south of this line is, we could say double sad face for now. Eventually this cold front will come through and kind of kick everything out of the area, but we're still watching for now. Hopefully that's a good explanation of what's going on in the state. It's a good reminder that you should have ways to find yourself on a map, because when we show maps like this on a county-based level, it's good to know where you're located. So, yeah, hopefully that was helpful. It's the best way to put it. Again, we have double sad face weather right now, south of 94, straight face weather north of 94, and smiley face weather northwest lower Michigan up in the Upper Peninsula. If you're in the Upper Peninsula today, you guys kind of just were hanging out with the wind. Not much else. A little bit of fire weather up there, but can't complain. Kind of avoid the rest of the mess that we've been dealing with. Go ahead and switch back down here to our wind radar, and there it is. It has advanced now very quickly, and actually it pulsed even more into the Three Oaks area. So the front apex of this line of wind, I should say, is heading right down Elm Valley Road, crossing over north-south road of Flynn from Sawyer down to Three Oaks at the current time. We have winds of 67 miles per hour at about 4,100 feet off the ground. So do be advised, again, this is the I-94 corridor from New Buffalo to Sawyer, and the Flynn Road area from Sawyer to Three Oaks. That is where, if anything right now, the strongest of the winds is located, according to our velocity radar. Also watching this area that kind of caught my eye near Berrien Springs. That's also pulsing out a little bit here. That's the northern cell. It's kind of splitting into two cells now. As this continues off to the east, that will bear some watching here, as there is a broad mezzo that is now starting to pop up on our velocity radar here in Berrien Springs. Ryan, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But at the current time, the main concern
I'm watching
is
it right now.
the Three Oaks and Galen area.
Watching it right now, it's elevated in nature, no distinct features.
Perfect. So hopefully it stays that way. For those who are curious, elevated means the storm is higher up in the atmosphere, not able to tap into its surface-based potential, which would cause it to become stronger in nature. We'll go with that for now. This pocket of wind. Let us know what you guys are seeing if you're here in Berrien County, especially between Sawyer and Three Oaks right now, heading towards Galen. This is quite the patch of gusty winds that we're seeing on radar. But again, ground truth is everything. I see Drew's out there running around. I'll give him a quick shout right now, see if he's in that wind yet. Drew, we got any wind to report out there?
Barely. So I'm going to be here in an old field in about 2 minutes. Then it'll be shortly, so I'll give you an update here soon.
Okay, sounds good. It looks like it's on top of you according to your spotter dot, so I didn't know, but appreciate the report. So Drew is going to find a field.
Yeah, my spotter dot's not updating as quickly as I would like it to, but lots of CG action, a lot of cloud ground action for the severe thunderstorm warning. That I can't confirm.
Yeah, so Drew is confirming a lot of cloud to ground lightning. He is just ahead of the strongest of the winds right now, and he is about to park in the area just north of Three Oaks. If you track this off to the east, this is going to be heading off towards Cass and St. Joseph County next, if it can stay together. So this is your heads up now. Cass and St. Joseph, this is heading your way. If you know you live in Cass and St. Joseph County, please be advised any warnings downstream would be up for you guys next. We are also watching the cell up to the north in Berrien Springs. It is splitting from the main batch. And if this storm continues to move more east-northeast, Dowagiac, Decatur, Sister Lakes, eventually towards Lawton and Marcellus would be up next for that cell. So it looks like we have 2 cells trying to duel here in Berrien County at the current time. Tyler's got a view real quickly. Some dark clouds there in the Jackson area. As the sun starts to set. We also have Evan, who's still at the lakeshore. You saw some lightning there on the top of the screen. Near Coloma. Delayed report thunderstorm wind gusts of 43 miles per hour at 8:53 p.m. near Battle Creek Executive Airport. Again, that's 43 mile per hour. Battle Creek Executive Airport at 8:53 p.m. Estimated via radar. Confirmed via ASOS station. That makes more sense. There at the KBTL Battle Creek Executive Airport station. So again, confirmed 43 mile per hour report from earlier. That is a storm that is, I can find it here. It's not really associated with any more showers there, but there is a tiny little shower in the Battle Creek area that is not doing anything at all, so it's not worth mentioning. But we do have stuff heading towards Battle Creek, which is currently located down here in Berrien County. Wind is crazy in Marion. Power's going on and off. Thank you for the report there. Just waiting to see what happens with this cell here in terms of wind, or if you guys have any reports to send in. Still seeing about 60 mile per hour winds here at about 3,700 feet off the ground. So that would still be severe criteria if it is mixing to the ground. But nothing really north of 60 mile per hour at the current time. As a reminder, no conspiracy chats are allowed here, otherwise you will be blocked. That is a friendly reminder. Thank you for your cooperation. Gusty winds right now are still chasing Drew down here in Warren Woods Road and Holden Road, about 2 miles north of Galen. Holden Road is the north-south road. Warren Woods is the east-west road. Also heading down Elm Valley Road, so Galen and points north, be advised. Also Cleveland Road. This is where the gustiest winds are heading. They're actually trying to pulse more to the southeast. We also have cells trying to merge now, coming up from the southwest. So all of this to say, this area does need monitoring for winds as they continue. Buchanan, Niles, Bertrand up next immediately for the severe thunderstorm warning.
I will have a radar and mesoscale update coming on the page shortly.
Sounds good. I'm going with Galen for now because that's how it was pronounced last year by a local, so I'm going to stick with my pronunciation. Again, we've had this happen multiple times now where some people say one thing and some people say another, so at this point we are just going to say what comes naturally to us or what we learned previously. So again, Galen, since it's 2 syllables, is currently being impacted right now. 2nd Street near Gardner Road. The storm is moving fast now off towards Buchanan. Buchanan, you've got maybe 5 minutes or less now for the wind. So do be advised, be inside, away from exterior walls. Again, as a reminder, damaging winds can bring down just as many trees as a very weak tornado. So again, you do not want to be messing with this potential batch of 60 to 65 mile per hour winds this evening. Seek shelter inside until this line does move through. Again, here on radar, we're showing you the velocity product. That is our gusty winds here in Berrien County. Anywhere where there's brighter green changing over to our blues, our cyan blues, those are our gusty winds of perhaps 60 miles per hour or greater. So kind of tracking down the US 12 corridor.
I have the Niles cam pulled up at Jessica Massey State Farm.
Ooh, that's gonna
Appears
have
to be a
good view.
shelf cloud moving in.
Yeah. Very good view there. A couple raindrops on the camera, but you can still see the cloud pretty well there. Bottom center of the screen, good lightning too. This actually is going to provide a really good view here as it continues to roll. Oh, froze for a second. So I'll loop this for you guys. Again, the blues on the radar, the green changing to blues is your winds of 60 mile per hour or greater potentially heading for Buchanan and Niles. And also that shelf cloud that we're showing you guys there at the top, or there at Ryan's cam there for a second. But again, Berrien Springs, Niles, gusty winds heading towards you guys, especially Buchanan, Niles, Bertrand here along US 12. The gustiest of the winds now, if we switch over to our stationary, still tracking down Galen Buchanan Road, crossing over Dayton Road at that same road and Clear Lake Road. We also have the Lakeview Drive area near Clear Lake and heading straight down East Warren Woods Road. So pretty much, as mentioned here, bearing down on Buchanan and Niles very, very soon. Still getting pixels of 60 mile per hour at 3,300 feet off the ground. You guys are funny.
Experienced very little to no wind, Joel, but like I said, the lightning is pretty insane right now, so I think a lot of this wind is pretty elevated right now.
Thank you for the positive feedback. So if you guys didn't hear that, Drew is saying that most of the wind that you see on radar is not mixing down to the surface. So good news if you're there he's along Warren Woods Road specifically. But again, if you're in Berrien County, this may not be gusting to the ground the way we think it is according to radar here. But it is 3,300 feet off the ground. So don't take much. Just gotta be advised here. You need me to switch your camera off, Brian, or no?
Nope. I just switched our Discord to a different screen so I could watch you.
Okay, gotcha.
I need more screens.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's crazy because 4 screens is not enough. I have like 16 tabs open, so.
Mm-hmm. Southeast side of the state right now, there's a couple cells moving through, but they're not statemented. They're not severe thunderstorm warned, so these are your run-of-the-mill generic thunderstorms. There is a couple small hail spots trying to mix in, especially near Farmington Hills and Franklin, and maybe down here towards Dearborn, but that's about it. We'll keep an eye on these behind the scenes, but at the current time, the main hazard is Berrien County, where the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, and severe weather is ongoing. Still have 2 cells here, one near Sister Lakes and the other down here in the Buchanan area. The Buchanan one is the one with the wind. One up here, Sister Lakes, is more of a torrential downpour, maybe some small hail. So they did just trim the severe thunderstorm warning back a little bit. So New Buffalo, Three Oaks, Sawyer, Bridgman, Stevensville, no longer in that severe thunderstorm warning. Baroda, Galen, Buchanan, Bering Springs, Eau Claire, Niles, Bertrand, all still in the severe thunderstorm warning as this line of gusty winds moves to the east. A reminder, the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect till 9:30 p.m. at the latest. Moving east at 50 miles per hour. It's sped up a little bit. Main hazard is 60 mile per hour winds. There's no hail or tornado threat with this line of storms at the current time. Gonna wait for another update here. Oh, there's one. Galen Buchanan Road at Clear Lake Road. That's where the gustiest winds are currently over. Measuring 58 at 3,100 feet off the ground. The good news is this line continues to get closer to the radar. We're seeing these pixels go down. So what Drew said is likely the case that's ongoing here. These storms are just elevated enough where the majority of these 60 mile per hour winds are staying about a half a mile above our heads and higher up. So they're staying elevated enough. You'll see a fast moving cloud move in, but that wind is staying elevated above the surface. How's our shelf cloud looking here? There.
The closer it gets, the more disorganized it looks. It's hard to tell though. It's still there, but
yeah. Chaser's just chilling out there. We're getting a lot of comments behind the scenes. It's kind of away from the severe weather right now of people that are just tagging us. We have a lot of people in your community groups across Michigan that are like, what's the weather like here? What's the weather like here? And they're tagging us because of our live streams. And again, we're live through every severe weather event. So hopefully these have been helpful for you guys. For the people that have come here for the first time tonight, hopefully you guys tune in for more severe weather coverage in the future. And again, we cover all these severe thunderstorm warnings from beginning to end, 365 days a year, no matter the day of the year. We have not missed covering a severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning since the end of 2023 when we started doing these streams full time. So that's over 2.5 years now worth of severe and tornado warnings that we've been live for every single one of them here in the state of Michigan. So you can think back to some of our bigger events. Think, March of this year. You think of May of last year, and even all the way back to our Weberville and Comstock Park tornadoes and our Grand Blanc tornadoes, 2024, 2023. Been live for all of them. So again, if you're new here, welcome to the team. And if you haven't hit that follow button yet, we'd love to have you on board for future live severe weather coverage. Because, again, some days in Michigan, they're pretty laid back like this. And some days, they get a little hectic, as we know here in the state of Michigan. So again, we'll be live until this warning specifically for this live stream is done. We'll see how this progresses off to the east with time here. Go back to Ryan's. Oh, he's got the radar live. That's okay. I was going to check the shelf cloud, but you said it was getting just more disorganized, so I would take your word for it there. Our cold front continues to advance in. We do have some showers and thunderstorms still trying to maintain themselves across Newaygo and Muskegon counties, but they are not severe. We don't have to talk about those yet until they maybe start to show more oomph.
Joel, I do have an update on that St. Clair Shores damage.
Yes.
It appears that lightning struck a tree, and that tree then fell on a house. Pretty significant damage to that house.
Wow.
So that's an update there. It looks like it was more so due to lightning versus the wind.
Yeah, you don't hear that often. That's some Rube Goldberg machine type stuff there. Chain of reactions. Hopefully everyone's okay.
Yeah, I cannot confirm on injuries. I do not know the situation, so I'm not going to comment on it. All I can comment is what I'm seeing in pictures being sent to us.
Michigan would like to pass the weather baton on to somebody else. Thanks. Never a dull moment here in the state of Michigan. We got everything going on. Oof. And these winds continue to die down. We're starting to lose those cyan blues that we're talking about as they're on shore. You can see the progress that's been made. If I go ahead and load more frames here, you can see what it was looking like over the lake versus what it's like now. There you go. All those darker blues have changed all the way over to these lighter blues. Now just changing over to mainly greens. So the winds continue to get lighter as they get close to the radar. That is confirmed, as Drew mentioned there. He let the winds pass over him, and he said not much. This is exact words in terms of wind. So good news. Hopefully they're able to cancel this warning and hopefully don't need an extension of a warning. Maybe just a statement for strong winds, non-severe, as these winds continue towards Niles and Bertrand. Real quickly, over here on YouTube, we have Sue P. back from month number 17 saying, 17 months? Woo, thanks for all you guys do. Seriously, I refer folks to page info coverage all the time. I also posted my picture of the rainbow on Discord this evening with the smiley face, or the blushing emoji and the thumbs up emoji. Thank you very much, Sue, for becoming a member for month number 17 and for sending in your cool picture of a rainbow. We'll have to check that out after the stream is over with. We also have Elise sending a guitar for 1,000 joules, and Julie Thompson, our moderator here, sending a 6-7 emoji for 67 joules. Thank you very much, Julie. We also have Codes back here with a $5 super chat saying there's a beach cam on Silver Beach that's publicly available. Thank you for the heads up there, Code. We try to use our cameras and our cameras only just because of some of the copyright issues. We don't want to get dinged by that, so we do appreciate the heads up though. And again, thank you guys for your support this evening via monetary donation, or if you just like the stream in general. Take this moment, if you are not in a severe thunderstorm warning, to get up and stretch, walk around the house a little bit. Good to obviously binge MSC on your TV or iPad or phone, wherever you're watching us from. But, you know, just like us here at MSC, we try to take some water breaks and some stretch breaks. And I'm going to take mine right now. We're getting through it tonight. We're almost there. Winds continue to die down. That is a very good sign as I move into the Niles area.
Speaking of Niles area, I got the
Yes.
camera pulled up. I will share it. 2 seconds.
Yep.
It is gusty. Looking at the right side flagpole there, you can see the trees blowing as well. I do not think it is close to severe criteria at the current moment. The radar does indicate the worst of the winds is still yet to come. So we'll see what comes of that.
Very nice. Also, they don't come through on our end, Ryan, but we are live on TikTok right now. If you guys follow us on TikTok or aren't aware that we have a TikTok page, we do. It's at MI Storm Chasers, and we are live there right now. And so for our small group of you guys who are following us on or watching on TikTok right now, shout out. We just started doing that recently here at MSC. We are also live on Twitch TV, X, Facebook, and YouTube at the same time. All of our accounts are MI Storm Chasers. We got a new statement coming in. Good news coming in here for our people downstream of the severe thunderstorm warning. We are not going to see a severe thunderstorm warning extension at the current time. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a special weather statement for primarily southern Cass County through 9:45 p.m. At 9:21, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Niles, moving east at 60. Wow, this is really sped up, Ryan. East at 60 now, with wind gusts up to 50. It is radar indicated. Locations in this special weather statement, again, as a reminder, a special weather statement is in effect for those who are in a strong thunderstorm but not a severe thunderstorm. It's going to be South Bend, Elkhart, and this does include some cities in extreme northern Indiana too, so keep that in mind. Mishawaka, Niles, Granger, Simonton Lake, Cassopolis, Bristol, Edwardsburg, Roseland, Union, Indian Village, Daly, Paradise Lake, Barron Lake, Kelvin Center, Adamsville, Juneau Lake, Donna Lake, and Jones. This also includes the tollway in Indiana between mile markers 77 and 103. If you are outside, please take shelter until this storm moves through. Frequent cloud to ground lightning also occurring with this thunderstorm at the current time.
No significant changes with the Niles cell. Still pretty gusty, but not looking severe.
We're making good progress, y'all. We're almost there. There goes our warning. Warning is done. So we are now out of severe ops for the time being. And as you notice at the bottom of the screen, the red flag warning also is gone. It expired at 9 o'clock. So our highest active alert in the state right now, besides the special weather statement for Cass County, is a flood warning, and that is in effect for Sheboygan and Emmett counties for another 2 days, 22 hours, and 35 minutes, according to the bottom of the screen there. Believe it or not, they were in a flood warning and a red flag warning at the same time today. That watershed is huge. And for those who live up north in the Sheboygan River watershed, you guys know how much water is just still trying to drain out through that area. That flood warning still in effect for the next almost 3 days here. And as a reminder, we've had a flood warning now for in some portion of the state, some sort of flood product issued for at least the last month, if not more. I think it's the last probably 40 or 50 days now. We've had at least some sort of flood watch, flood advisory, flood warning in effect for portions of Michigan. So it's been consistent. We've had a very wet spring here in the state of Michigan that is still draining. But yes, for those who are curious, we can have fire weather after a prolonged period of flooding, because that rain does eventually drain out. My best illustration I gave everyone in chat today, while we have time here to kind of talk about it, is it's the equivalent of putting like a dozen dehumidifiers in your basement and drying it out after a flood. We had that on a big scale today, where we have tens to hundreds of thousands of square miles of just dry air, and that just dries everything up. On top of the fact that all of your rain has continued to seep into the ground, that topsoil is now dry. It's going to cause some wildfire conditions out there, and especially up north where they've had a lot of fallen timber from the ice storms the last 2 winters. It's going to result in some extra timber out there for wildfires to continue. So again, wildfire conditions are still possible in areas where they had flooding. It's not uncommon. So it's a good illustration for you guys if you're ever curious as to how that is possible after prolonged flooding. But again, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. We're just watching some strong storms with some gusty winds primarily heading into Cass County. That is the only special weather statement in the state. We also have a special weather statement down here south of the border for the cell that is in Michigan City heading towards New Carlisle and LaPorte. That is not a Michigan concern at the current time, but if you're in Indiana or heading south into Indiana, we have some gusty showers also from Michigan City down to Valparaiso and into Manteno and Kankakee. So that is down towards the I-57 corridor in northeastern Illinois. Go ahead and pause radar. Looking around at our products here, not overly impressed with the storms we got out there at the current time. We have some non-thunderstorm wind gusts moving in through Muskegon right now, 40 and 43. These came in about a half hour ago, so we have some non-thunderstorm winds kind of along the front here as these move in towards the Grand Rapids area. So it could be gusty in Grand Rapids here very soon, as well as up towards Big Rapids and Howard City if it hasn't been already. But it's not really associated with any storms you can see out there at the current time. And chat is talking about how many rivers we can get instead of 3 rivers, 4 rivers, 6 rivers. We've almost hit that point where it's MSC after dark and y'all are just being comedians in chat. But that is also a good indicator that we are pretty relaxed in terms of what's going on out there at the current time. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We have one special weather statement for southern Cass County if you're just joining us. We're not really too worried about it. But if you do live along US 12 here, south of Cassopolis and south of M60 especially, those are going to be primarily where these gusty winds are at. We also have looks like a secondary shear line. It sends from Three Rivers to Constantine and White Pigeon and Centerville. Yeah, that's worth monitoring as well, but the main focal point right now is this cluster back here in Edwardsburg and Cassopolis. And again, not severe, these winds right now, according to the special weather statement, as high as 50, which is 10 miles per hour below severe limits. This will bring down a couple branches. But again, not really concerned at the current time with the wind that is being shown on radar. We got IceWeb with a 99-cent super chat and a 199 super chat asking when will Battle Creek get hit the worst. We can't tell you specifically, again, with locations and who will get hit the worst. So do understand the fact that we can't really fortune tell per se, but again, your showers and thunderstorms primarily right now are off to your south and west, and we do have a cold front approaching that could bring some more gusty wind potential later this evening within the next 3 hours. But it's kind of a wait and see game if you're there in Battle Creek. So again, thank you for the support, IceWeb. Just understand that can't quite tell you who exactly and when exactly will get hit the worst, except for the storms that we're currently tracking out there at the current time, such as the one in Cass County. So if you're in Cass County, southern Cass County, we can tell you right now that's where the gustiest of the winds are currently occurring and will be within the next 5 to 20 minutes per se. Quick reset is the half-hour mark here. It is 9:30 p.m. on May 4th. If you are watching right now and your time and date does not match up, you are watching a replay. It happens all the time. Sometimes you're watching back on YouTube and you're like, or on Facebook, I should say, and you're like, oh, goodness, I am watching a little late. That's okay. Again, the current time, though, is 9:31 now on May 4th. Again, I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzman here at Michigan Storm Chasers, graduate of Central Michigan University. We also have President of Operations Ryan behind the scenes. His camera's been off for a while, but he's chilling back there. And he's been updating.
My camera's been on, boy.
You have not told me, okay? You said you were going offline. You were in the background.
Yeah, I was eating for like 5 minutes and I came right back and I've been back ever since. So hi.
That's Ryan down there. I'm Joel. And again,
Hi.
we've been live for the last 2.5 hours now, tracking severe weather across the state. Right now, no severe weather out there, but again, I was saying, Ryan, you've been busy behind the scenes posting all the stuff on Facebook, so appreciate you very much for doing that. Again, that's where we post a lot of our stuff. Facebook is our main source, but we're also on Instagram, X, TikTok, as I mentioned, a lot of other social media platforms. You name it. Search up at MI Storm Chasers. You'll probably find us there. And again, Facebook is our most viewed platform right now, with closing in on 800,000 of you guys following us there, and we have recently hit the 100,000 mark on YouTube. So again, if you're new here, we do appreciate you. If you hit that follow button, welcome to the team if you've done so today. And we got you covered year in and year out for severe weather coverage here in the state of Michigan as your #1 source of all severe weather coverage across the state of Michigan. That cell has continued to look back at the radar here. That cell in the Elkhart region heading up towards Constantine continuing to maintain itself, and it's moving more off to the northeast versus the rest of the storm. So to see if that's trying to interact on more of a surface level versus the rest of the storms, which are more elevated. The current time looks like it's just a shear line, which is just a line of gusty winds. It's the best way to explain it. Here in the Bristol, Indiana region, heading up towards Constantine and White Pigeon. Kind of, sort of. Let's check in on our chasers behind the scenes. We have Evan, who is still out at the lakeshore near Coloma. And we do have Tyler, who is sitting still in Jackson. And he is also, I think, watching in chat here. I think he's been typing in chat this evening. Again, welcome in, everyone. Also, shout out to our chasers out there this evening for getting us those live views for you guys. And of course, we have to give a shout out to our mods as well, who have been helping out in chat this evening, making sure everyone's been on track and keeping the comments PG and everything else that comes with being a moderator. We know some of the stuff that you guys see is a little extreme, so appreciate you guys for helping us out there. And again, avoid the ban hammer. Make sure to follow chat rules if you're new here. They usually post them every once in a while, every couple minutes, sometimes every couple minutes, or every minute as a fresh reminder. So shout out to our chasers and our mods out there this evening. Again, right now, no severe weather in the state of Michigan, but we are watching strong storms across southwest Michigan at the current time. The radar you see on your screen, I'll change it back here.
Hey, Joel, how much heat lightning are we expecting tonight?
None. Very funny. The app I'm using right here on the screen is GR2 Analyst. It's pretty expensive. You can only get it on your PC. But again, it's a one-time payment. Other apps that we use, Ryan has been using WeatherWise. Share his screen real quick. Oh, his camera has disappeared. I'll go ahead and take mine solo. But he has WeatherWise on the screen. That is affordable. You can get it on your PC or app. Also, from just a general use standpoint, again, this raw radar data is very helpful. Again, when you look at your free radar apps, they're pretty smothered in nature. They don't show the radar as well. But again, if you want a good base app to use that you can just pay once and have forever, I'd definitely go with Radar Scope. It's old, reliable. And again, it shows you the raw radar data there on the screen. You can also see all the different radar products that we show you guys as well, such as, well, here's your wind radar. You have your rain radar. You have your correlation coefficient radar if you want to track debris. You also have echo tops, for example. You can see how tall the clouds are. Vertically integrated liquid for hail cores. There's a bunch of different radar products you can look at. You can look at ZDR for updraft buoyancy if that's your thing. There's a whole different plethora of radars that you can use to determine what's falling at what location and maybe the wind and what's actually happening in terms of damage and stuff like that. All can be found on Radar Scope. Again, that can be found in your app store, so highly recommend. I will say this, our window of opportunity for tornadoes is very quickly dwindling here, especially since it is now 9:37. I would imagine by 10 it's going to be completely gone. We go check our meso-analysis behind the scenes to see how surface-based we are and versus how non-surface-based we are. And yeah, we are... Capping inversion is, it's very quickly starting to settle in here. Our window of opportunity for any tornadoes this evening is closing. And if anything, it's going to be confined to Cass or St. Joseph counties, because right now that is where the weakest cap is at. And I would say in the next, as I mentioned here, the next 30 minutes, that window of opportunity for any tornadoes to develop is completely gone, because we are slowly building that capping inversion. As a reminder, the capping inversion is like a lid on the atmosphere. Get that lid in the atmosphere that prevents any of those surface-based storms from developing. The storms are elevated, so they're above that lid. They can't make it, they can't tap into that low-level instability that would be available, nor that low-level rotation that is out there tonight. There's a lot of low-level spin out there that you guys don't realize tonight. The good news is these storms are not surface-based at the current time to tap into that. So we love it. We love having no tornadoes. We love that it's been very minimal damage so far tonight and hail. But if you guys do have damage reports, feel free to send them to us. Again, we have direct communications with the National Weather Service office, so we can send those in to them immediately for a LSR live storm report for surveying.
I think the overall severe threat is on the decline, not just tornado risk here, Joel. There's just not much here that, I mean, that storm in Cass County is really the only thing to watch at this point, plus what's around it, but nothing really screams severe.
Right.
It's just weakening as it gets closer and closer to the radar, which signifies it's a weaker storm, so. Perhaps we can hop off here soon. Fingers crossed.
I would say probably by 10 o'clock if nothing else has come of it.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
We're still obviously watching this cold front up here to the north, but this cold front has not really done anything yet. We are watching this one line, though. Fenville to Hudsonville. That has been trying to blossom over the last 10 minutes along the I-196 corridor. We'll see if that continues to progress. But that would be the main concern, if anything.
This also was a little bit further or a little bit ahead of itself. The models had this long moving in closer to like 11 o'clock midnight, so it's about an hour or two ahead of itself.
Nothing. I mean, I can do a quick little setup tour here.
Yeah, it's honestly a good thing, Ryan, because then we can go to bed earlier.
Yeah, I mean, we could, I like that.
Yep. And if you're gonna break chat rules again, you're gonna be banned from chat. Just as a reminder. Please keep it family friendly. No caps, no swearing, no conspiracies. Thank you guys very much for contributing.
You say that now, you get some random severe thunderstorm at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
We're just gonna mute Tyler from here on out.
Tyler's just living to troll right now, I feel. And so does. Cell is not. Cell is bearing monitoring. We have someone asking about the Hudsonville Skycam, Ryan.
I mean, I'm sitting around in a fire's parking lot. I don't exactly have much to do.
You have a update from the Hudsonville cam there, Ryan? Or any of the... Actually, there are a lot of cams there, besides the Hudsonville one. Oh,
Yeah, we do, and I'll be getting them up right now. I just don't have them pulled up at the current second.
That's fine.
Like 60 seconds.
Put your camera back on.
Less.
I know you went away for a little bit.
I went away for a bit.
Yeah, you turned off your camera for a second. We are watching the shear line, the gusty wind line here from Marcellus to Simonton Lake, Indiana. It also includes the Vandalia and Edwardsburg area. This would be the place, if anything, right now where the environment is best for a short-fused all-hazards threat. But again, that window is closing quickly. You can think of it as the dinner bell has rung 15 minutes ago, and you are still, the storms, or you are still half a mile away from coming inside. So again, this is a very uphill battle for the storm here to actually make it through the environment. Again, we're expecting probably by 10 o'clock that our tornado threat will be completely done, which thankfully has not verified for today. I'm not seeing any tornadic weather. Now, you guys may have been seeing on the page, oh, a tornado was confirmed today. Again, that was from April 24th. We had that quick spin-up tornado at the farm at the Wild Pumpkin up in Gladwin County. There's a brief EF0, and that was Michigan's 15th tornado of 2026. And this puts us right around average, continues to put us right around average of 13 to 16 per year in the state of Michigan.
I do have the Hudsonville cam pulled up back at Grand Equipment Company. It is gusty out there as
And
that
ready.
line passes over. The tree is moving. It was moving a bit more a few seconds ago before you took the cam, but there's some gusts. I can also switch to this cam and I can move it this way. I'm not sure if we're going to get a good look at things or not, but we have too much rain in the lens. Yeah.
Yeah, Byron Center is probably going to be your best view.
Byron Center.
Yeah, Byron Center or Moline.
Stand by.
Byron Center, actually, Byron Center.
Alright, stand by.
Yeah. Kenwood, Byron Center, or Moline. There's all good cameras there. Byron Center probably first, if not, try Moline.
We are looking at.
That would be auto body experts there.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where Byron Center is on the map here. I just don't see it.
South side of Kent County.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at. I got Door, I got Moline, Wayland. I do not see Byron Center. This is gonna drive me nuts.
Your radar does not have Byron Center on the map?
I don't see. I see North Door. I see North Byron. I see Carlisle, Burnips,
Kent County?
Caledonia, Kentwood.
Yeah, Byron Center is just southwest of. Here, I have my radar pulled up.
I am so confused. So it's just south and west of Cutlerville.
Yep.
I don't even have Cutlerville on this map. And weather-wise is a map that has everything on it. I am so confused.
As a local living in the area, I will say this: they're technically not really their own cities. They're like a branch. They're almost like their own suburb of of Grand Rapids, but they are technically census. They're census designated places.
I'm bothered by this. I have to go find this now. This is gonna haunt me, Joel, if I don't find out where this is on the map.
Ryan's radar is lying to him. It's not telling him where Byron Center is. This is the things we do when the weather is quiet, which we love.
Okay, so Byron Center ad is right there. So it's okay. I found it. It's the smallest text ever.
Mm-hmm.
That's frustrating. Okay,
Yeah.
I found it though.
Yeah, it's a census designated area, pretty much.
That's crazy.
It's like if you went to like a really popular lake, and they census designate the lake, essentially. It's good lighting though. Again, that camera courtesy of Auto Body Experts there in Byron Center. Shout out to those guys. They have 5 cameras there in West Michigan at Auto Body Experts. They have their Byron Center, Hudsonville, Zeeland, Holland, and Wayland locations. So shout out to those guys for supporting, as always, all the good views in West Michigan. And we're watching this cam specifically because there's a new cell that's popped up along the cold front.
Well, guys, I am going to head out of here. Got a lot of waiting. And now, it's time to go to the gun.
And we're actually getting, according to chat here, some hail reports in the Jamestown area, which is right south of Hudsonville. Some DBZ pixels here, Ryan, of 65 right now over 8th Avenue near Ransom Street. And this is in the Jamestown region, just Jamestown in general. Riley Street near 8th Avenue, also heading towards the Kennewa Avenue. That's the county line of Kent and Ottawa County. Would not be surprised if we see a statement coming in here very soon. Wind is not being picked up well on Grand Rapids radar. If there is wind there, let us know.
Yeah, I don't see it on the GR radar. I'm trying to depict where this is at. It looks like it's more so just a garden variety and SRV.
Yep. Our shear line right now for our southern cells, if I go back to, I'm actually going to go ahead and actually write on radar so you guys can see it. So bring in our handy dandy drawing tool here. We're watching a shear line. So that would be this little feature right here where the reds and greens are very close together. And again, multiple people in chat are continuing to say that it's gusty along this line, which makes sense. Again, these greens are surging outward, colliding with the reds, and it kind of stretches up towards Kalamazoo, which I know there's some reports coming in from. So this whole shear line from really South Bend all the way through Kalamazoo, that is pushing off to the east, east-southeast, about 50 to 60 miles per hour. We also have a secondary line right here between White Pigeon and Sturgis. That's not as impressive. But again, the main one is right here. That was previously severe thunderstorm warned as it came off of Lake Michigan. But again, that is what we're watching right now in terms of down here along the warm front. We also, as you see, just a new statement coming in for Indiana. Just popped in down here. There's a patch of gusty winds near Fish Lake in Indiana. That is continuing to track off towards the Elkhart region. That may slide up our way, but at the current time that is staying in Indiana. Should we do a smiley face, frowny face update for those who are watching on radar? The storm chaser cameras are stationary, unfortunately. Sorry. We'll go ahead and do a update here. We'll go ahead and switch over to our base reflectivity so you guys can see where the storms are at. Change it to a darker blue here. So warm front action is right in here. That little blue line down here. This is still warm front area. We'll do WF for warm front. Cold front is right in here right now. You can see where the temperatures kind of change. Actually, that's a little bit of a misrepresentation. It's 59 in St. Joseph right now. I think our cold front's going to be more like right here. Oops. Something like that. There's a cold front. So this is our straight face weather. This is our sad face weather. This is our smiley face weather. Again, that's what we're seeing the rest of the evening. Again, we're not really expecting much severe in terms of hail and honestly tornadoes at this point. Again, anything in the sad face zone would be an all hazards risk. In the straight face zone, that's primarily damaging winds. In the smiley face zone, that is going to be where the severe weather is done for the night. Tyler says, draw your credit card info, Joel, though gas prices hurt my wallet. I will not be doing that. I appreciate the effort, though. I'm in the same boat as you. The gas is also hurting me. And Ryan could probably say the same thing. Would love to know, for everyone who's watching right now, in the Wyoming and Granville area, especially South Wyoming, heading towards Kentwood. If there's any hail still falling with this one. It's pretty impressive signatures seeing there in terms of the hail core. I know I just mentioned that damaging winds is like the only threat in that straight face zone, but you're still seeing some pretty hefty pinks. You're still seeing some pretty hefty pinks in this cell, in the Byron Center, Cutlerville, Kentwood area, just to the west of them primarily. Correlation coefficient has a little bit of non-uniform meteorological phenomena kind of mixing in. And a little bit of a VIL core too. But I'm curious. I know you guys were reporting from Jamestown. You said you had some pea-sized hail falling there. So let us know.
Byron Center is raining now. Very little wind with it.
You have the cam still up?
Yeah, I should.
And that is courtesy of Auto Body Experts.
Auto Body Experts.
Yes. We got Rabra with 2 $1 super chats, and we have Ice Web back with a $1.99 super chat saying, how do you know when the storms will be hitting? The answer is just looking at live radar and tracking it street by street, town by town. Show you guys as it goes. So, for example, we're looking at a cell right now that is just south of downtown Grand Rapids, heading into Cutlerville and Kentwood. These cells are continuing. As if we loop radar here, you can see where it's been, and you can see where it's kind of going. So if we continue off this track here, it's heading through Kentwood, heading towards Grand Rapids Airport, eventually towards Alto, Caledonia, and Lowell, here on the east side of Kent County. And same for some of these pop-up cells along the cold front to the north. They're heading towards Greenville, Stanton, up here towards Mount Pleasant and Farwell. And then down here you can kind of see along the warm front, these storms are heading more east, east-northeast towards Centerville, Colon, Coldwater, Homer, Albion, eventually towards Jackson and Hillsdale with time. So we look at that. We also, prior to the event, we look at our severe weather models, or just our weather models in general. They usually tell us storm motion and stuff like that. We also have mesoanalysis behind the scenes that kind of helps us with wind shear, which is, if you look at it at the mid-levels of the atmosphere, that tells us how fast usually the storms are going to be pulled along in the atmosphere. And so there's multiple factors, both behind the scenes and what we show you guys here at MSC, that kind of shows us storm motion in terms of where storms will be eventually going. Now, again, it doesn't mean the storms are going to make it there because, again, storms pop up and storms fall apart. It happens all the time. And that's why we always say we can show you guys what's happening in the county that's happening in, plus what county or maybe the next county will be happening next. But beyond a county or two down the road, we really don't know if the storm's going to hold together unless it's, a really bona fide severe weather day, if we get like a really large supercell, kind of like what we saw on March 6th. With that Edwardsburg, Three Rivers, Union City, Homer tornado that went across 3 or 4 different counties. GRB52 says, Granville, Wyoming area, 1 mile from Metro Hospital. No hail here. Thank you for the port. We have Michelle with a $2 super chat saying money for the spider cam. Appreciate you, Michelle. I believe that is a Discord inside joke. If you guys haven't joined our Discord community, I believe Michelle's one of our followers in there. And every once in a while, I think everyone kind of trolls Ryan with the bugs and the spiders. So I don't know for sure, but I do see some stuff every once in a while in there. So Discord's a great place to hang out when the weather's rough and maybe not so rough for you guys. Again, we have about 3,000 of you guys in Discord right now. Discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chaser if you'd like to join for free. We have V Games checking in from Vicksburg saying crazy light show here right now. That lines up with what we're seeing on radar. I'll have to go look at our weather-wise to see the lightning product. But yes, a lot of lightning along the 131 corridor from Portage to Schoolcraft to Vicksburg, Flower Field down through Three Rivers and all the way down to the state line here, White Pigeon. MSC headquarters. Also getting in on the action there with the shear line, actually. It's probably pretty gusty there right now, I would imagine. Julie, I'm shaking my head already. Really gonna make me rate it. Julie, our moderator with a $5 super chat, asking for a friend.
Thank you, Julie. Let's move on.
Asking you for a friend. They want to know when we can plant our gardens. Is by chance the friend also you? The answer is we have to wait because frost is possible this upcoming weekend once again. Warm-up is looking possible by mid-month, but is it permanent is the question, and the answer is we can't say for sure right now. We might actually see some cold weather through Memorial Day. So stick with us. We'll have you updated day by day. Right now, I'd say no. You probably shouldn't. Gusty winds do continue here according to velocity radar from Constantine to White Pigeon up towards Centerville and Minden. That is our shear line that we're talking about. Reds and greens close together is what indicates that shear line. That's about it. Just some gusty winds. Also up here in Kent County, Tracking a line of thunderstorms along the cold front that is not severe, but could be producing some very small hail and some gusty winds. We saw the report of some pea-sized hail in Jamestown. That's about it that's come from this event, or from this thunderstorm here. Previously in Ottawa County, now in Kent County. That's it. This cold front has really not shown itself to its full potential. And that's primarily because we're now after dark. A lot of our instability is now tapering off. However, it is still comfortable out there. I will say it is 70 degrees in Ionia right now at 10 o'clock at night. Same in Lansing, even up towards Owasso and Flint. So still some instability, some most unstable Cape, also known as Moo Cape, MU Cape, out there for thunderstorms to at least still flourish in and produce some frequent clouded grout and lightning throughout the next couple hours as this cold front moves across central and southern lower Michigan. We got Michelle in here with the $2 super chat. When can we plant our garden again? You guys are just trolling us at this point. The answer again is wait and see. Wait until at least the second half of May. We'll give you guys an update as more time passes. Thank you as always, Michelle. We got Rabra with a $5 super chat. Does the National Weather Service issue their warning statement watches based off the information you give on your stream? 3 laughing face emojis. Great job, guys. Thank you very much for the super chat, Rabra, once again.
Can I answer that, Joel?
Yeah, go ahead. You have a good input on this.
It's a double-edged. It's not a sword. It goes both ways. Mm-hmm. So there are some times that you guys, as viewers, or our weather cameras, they can confirm severe weather happening, and we send that immediately off to the Weather Service. So they sometimes will issue warnings because of our reports from you guys or from our weather cameras. On the flip side of that, sometimes they'll pay attention to us, and if they'll hear something on our stream or they see something on our page, they'll warn something based off that as well. So kind of, sometimes warnings can be issued because of us, if that makes sense. But no, they don't watch our streams and base it off that.
Yeah.
We do have direct communication with the Weather Service, so immediately, as soon as we get something severe reported, we're sending it off to them, make sure they're aware of it.
Yeah. Ryan, I also saw you donated $1.99 twice for Julie's garden fund, and to tell her that she should not plant her garden yet.
Yes, I did.
Also, Michelle back in here with a $2 super chat, donating to Julie's garden fund. Y'all are hilarious. We're at 10 o'clock. I don't think we're quite to MSC after hours yet, but
yeah, not yet. I don't want to switch topics so quickly here, but the Mishawaka Cam in Indiana is going to have a good view of that gusty line that's pushing to the east with a bit of a northward movement on it. If that continues, it may head toward the Sturgis area. Mm-hmm. We'll have to see, though. But I do have the Mishawaka Cam pulled up here momentarily.
That is statemented, too.
I'll give you on that. Yeah, it's not warned down there, but I will have it pulled up here to take a look at what it's doing. Ooh, a lot of lightning immediately pulling up. It's there if you want it, when you want it.
Okay. Got not much else to talk about at the current time, so figured why not. Also have a pop-up cell in Assyria right now. Real quickly. So north of Battle Creek. Just noticed that. A lot of lightning, maybe some small hail. Assyria, Michigan. That is in southern Berry County. But again, the storm we're watching right now is this little cell. North Liberty in Crumstown. Southwest of South Bend. That is, as Ryan was mentioning. If I loop it back and forth here, you can see it's making a little bit of a turn towards southern South Bend, if that continues. What's up? Michigan-Indiana border region. I was unaware I was going to a rave, but all these flashing and loud booms, I must have been wrong. That'll happen. There we go. There's the new warning coming in. So severe thunderstorm warning now just to the south of South Bend. That is going to be for our 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that do appear on radar. Again, that's pretty impressive Boeing segment on that. No hail threat with this one, just a wind threat. So you're south of South Bend, Crumstown, North Liberty, Gulliver Park, Lakeville, heading towards the Elkhart region eventually. That's some gusty winds moving in. Again, we're using our velocity radar right now, which is our wind radar. And as I mentioned, anywhere where you see these greens changing to the blues on radar, that's where you get your 60-mile-per-hour winds. And at the current time, there's a lot of blue out there. If you look at North Liberty, that is 66-mile-per-hour winds at 2,300 feet off the ground. Also up to the north, 66 near Crumstown. So a couple pixels of 66 mixed in, 65. North Liberty up to Crumstown. This little notch kind of catches my eye a little bit. Probably nothing. Does line up with maybe a little bit of CC there. But we always look for these little notches within the line that, you know, they might not be nothing in reality. But we do have to watch them because, again, there is a lot of low-level spin out there tonight. And if anything's going to occur, it's going to be on that little northern privacy of that storm there. It is actually directly under the center of the mezzo for this thunderstorm. So keep an eye on that. That's heading towards South Bend. That's not really in Michigan right now, but just from a meteorological standpoint, if that storm is more surface-based, which it likely isn't, that would be, if anything, where a brief tornado would occur. We'll say this right now, the main hazard is this wind of 60 to maybe 65 miles per hour south of South Bend. Again, this is not Michigan. Don't have to worry if you're in Michigan right now. The only thing that we're worried about in Michigan right now is, well, really nothing at all. We are watching some gusty winds along a shear line from Middlebury, Indiana, up through White Pigeon, Centerville, Mendon, up towards Climax, and even up towards the Battle Creek and Galesburg area. Those are associated with, pretty much at this point, showers.
Yeah, watching that area you're talking about in South Bend, it's heading right for our Mishawaka camp, like literally right for it.
Front row seats, everybody.
Yeah, grab your popcorn.
Holy cow. Super chats galore coming in here on YouTube. We got Julie with $5 super chat saying, "Fine, Ryan, I'm going outside to see the heat lightning. Rise Against." Also, these are both of our mods trolling us right now. Rise Against with a $4.99 super chat saying, "I'm going to watch heat lightning from Julie's garden tomorrow." We also have one of our viewers, Iceweb, $4.99 super chat, saying, "Planting gardens equals last frost date estimate, likely a week after. It's based on your location, Old Farmer's Almanac. Make sure to use heavy mulch and cover plants." Thank you very much, Iceweb, for your support and for the advice on planting. Michelle with a $5 super chat saying, "I'm watching heat lightning in Julie's garden with my pet spider." Boy, that's really taking trolling to another level. And V Games with a $5 super chat saying, "It's crazy right now in Vicksburg. Wind and thunder is the main hazards I'm going there." Thank you very much, V Games, and thank you all for your generous support.
Today's Pick on Ryan Day, apparently.
Yes. I guess so. It's all in good fun. This happens a lot in Discord, so. And Ryan's donating to our own stream here by saying he's retiring from Discord. I'm going to switch back to our other radar here real quick so I can draw on the map once again. More faces are coming your way.
Out of curiosity, what's this spider thing we keep talking about? I don't have on Discord too much. What's that again?
So cold front. Actually turn off our chasers for now since they're in the dark. Sorry Tyler. Sorry Evan. But here we go. So here's your cold front, here's your warm front. Straight face. Sad face. Smiley face. For now. This will change rapidly. Playing the waiting game though. Anything to talk about, Ryan, on your end of things? Besides everything that's going on right now with our chat.
No.
Okay. We got Shane S, $2 super chat, saying Ryan is very pick-onable with a sweaty face emoji.
Okay then.
I don't know what to say to that, other than thank you for the super chat.
Neither do I.
Ryan, multiple reports coming in from that cell in Kent County. Half-inch hail was reported across Granville and Wyoming. Not bad. Looks like a short-fused hail threat is still continuing here. For this little cell, it's now over the airport. Heading towards Alto and Lowell, which is me. Hooray.
Did they cancel that warning in Indiana? Because I don't have it on my screen anymore.
I still have it. They literally just issued it.
I know, that's what I was saying. It's not on my screen.
At 10:04 they issued it. Three Rivers is getting hail. Three Rivers isn't even a hail core. That's crazy. Look at this on radar. There's basically no hail core on Three Rivers, and someone's saying it's hailing there. Okay. I will say, looking at correlation coefficient, there's a lot of oranges and yellows out there tonight. You can see the freezing layer. Curious how far up is this? It's a pretty thick freezing layer. (45 to 8,500 feet). Current time right now 10:14, about to be 10:15. Just waiting and seeing what we're gonna do here. I know we said we'd be done by 10 if no more warnings are being issued, but we are still watching this line south of South Bend, and that's really about it. The cold front is existing. It's not doing anything. That is definitely worth monitoring in South Bend. .268 over 45 is going to be... Oh, what did I do? Oopsie.
Yeah.
268 over 45. That's what I was going to say. 268, 45. Storm motion
Joel,
there.
if they do pull the trigger on something, that may include Southern Cass County.
Yeah. That's going to be really short fuse, though, because
It is.
it's embedded
It's
within the
including
line.
north too, right into the South Bend too.
Yeah.
There's an area. Well, Joel updates his radar. There's an area of rotation, weak rotation right now, just south of downtown South Bend. It's going to split South Bend and Mishawaka. It's pulling north toward Granger and eventually up toward the general area, probably just east of Edwardsburg if it continues on its trek there. Um, it doesn't appear to be, I guess, organized, but it kind of is. It's kind of weird. It's hard to explain. But there is some rotation. They're going to track that. It's not in Michigan right now, but it is sliding north toward the border.
Yeah, it's a very classic occluding process there. Also means it's going
New
to...
update to that warning still continues for 60-mile-per-hour winds. They did not extend it or extend it back from the west to east.
Still up at about 40,000 feet. It's pretty powerful.
The Mishawaka cam continues to have a lot of lightning, but there's no definitive cloud features to key in on. And plus, the area of rotation is basically right in front of the camera, about probably. I should get a distance here. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
About 4 miles, about 5 miles to the west-southwest. It's going to pass right in front of this camera. But it's really grungy. It's also at night, so you're probably not going to see much. But you can definitely tell power flashes and stuff like that. If there was something that was, on the ground, for example, or there's high winds, you're going to see transformers and power lines light up the ground in blue and purple. So you can look out for those. New scan coming in, looks like.
Still there, a little messy.
Yeah, I guess messy's a good way to put it. I don't want to call it unorganized, but I also don't want to call it organized. I guess messy would be a good middle term.
Yeah. I will say this, still 65-mile-per-hour winds showing up at 1,500 feet off the ground, so even if this isn't like a tornado threat immediately, this is still a damaging wind threat by all means. I have also this pocket back here in Lakeville as well. So a lot of gusty winds out there with a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is trying to slide towards Elkhart a little bit. We're going to hope this stays primarily south of the state line. Go ahead.
From IWX radar, there's some gustier winds, perhaps between Athens and Sherwood there. I know it's about 4,000 feet off the ground, but that shear line might be a little bit more gusty in that northwest corner of St. Joseph or Branch County.
Yeah, we've been getting a couple of reports here in chat of just gusty winds in general, St. Joseph County. Vicksburg was most recent, I believe, so would not be surprised if that is translating down to the surface. Again, if you guys have any damage reports, let us know. When it's safe to do so, of course. We'd love to hear what you guys are seeing out there this evening. Back the Mishawaka cam, courtesy of Horner Roof and Siding. So something about Indiana Weather Network and being live. I believe if a tornado warning does occur for Indiana, I'm sure Ryan will probably pop over there and go live if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah, I'm actually set up with a click of a button. I'm live over there, so I'm ready to go.
there you go.
They just issued a new warning, it appears. Or no, that's an old one. Never mind. Don't mind me. I clicked the button and it popped in a new warning.
It's fine.
It's old though.
Don't expect severe weather to be anywhere past 2 a.m. this evening, or later this morning, I should say. Again, we're watching this cold front back here. It's just being a pesky.
Mishawaka Cam's getting really windy now. Sorry.
No,
So I
you're
bring that
good.
up before. These winds may indeed be surface based. Gusting about 30 or so right now. And it's picking up again. Probably about 40 or so mile per hour winds.
Take your camera back.
I think max winds there between 30 and 40, it appears. So I don't think that the winds there are fully mixing down, but it is definitely gustier in that pocket there on radar.
See if what some of these pixels are. There's one pixel here that says 77. I don't believe that's true in Lakeville. We're averaging around 64, 65, 60 to 65 miles per hour on this severe thunderstorm warning, which is down here in St. Joseph County, Indiana, not St. Joseph County, Michigan. Some waiting music, elevator music. Yeah, shear line definitely in Branch County now, kind of traveling right down US 12, also up here towards the M60 corridor in Athens, Union City, Burlington up next. Don't be surprised if we get some gusts there. We also have this cold front, or kind of broken front here, that is producing some gusty winds with showers and some small hail as it heads through Lowell and Saranac here soon. We also have up towards Mount Pleasant, Coleman, all the way down here towards Ravenna and Sand Lake, also getting in on the storm action now, with the leftover instability still available from the warmth today. While we have a moment, I will go ahead and do what we usually do near the middle and end of our live severe weather coverage here. If you're new here, we are funded primarily by a list of trusted sponsors. Thanks to these list of trusted sponsors, we're able to provide free severe weather coverage to you guys 365 days a year, whenever the weather turns bad. So again, anytime you see these sponsors and trusted partners scrolling at the bottom of the screen, feel free to give them your business, let them know MSC sent you, because again, they help us stay around here 365 days a year, along of course with you guys here at MSC who continue to like our content, share our content, and of course donate monetarily. So we have a list of about 18 here at MSC, and we'll go ahead and read through them now. First up, we got Battle Creek IT. For all of your IT needs across Southern Michigan, turn to Battle Creek IT today as your trusted technology partner. Also, Crystal Flash for all of your fuel propane needs across the state of Michigan. Contact Crystal Flash today, the 1-800 number on the screen. Inc. Media for all full-service digital marketing agency needs and digital marketing strategies, also website building. Inc. Media is there for you. Katz Roofing and Siding for all of your roofing and siding projects in the Lansing and Potterville areas. Got tree issues? Make sure to call Kuiper Tree Care today for any tree-related services in and around West Michigan. You are in Southeast Michigan, specializing in storm cleanup. You've got McKay Tree Specialists. Again, any and all tree services need Southeast Michigan. McKay's got you. Also, Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding. On rainy days, call Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding for all of your roofing needs in Sanilac and St. Clair counties. On Top Roofing for all of your new and replacement roofing needs in Livingston County and surrounding areas. West Michigan residents, feel free to reach out to Rainbow Restoration, your top source for all storm cleanup needs after the storm passes. Want to donate to a really good charity? Feel free to donate to the Ronald McDonald House Charities of Detroit by the 1810 number on your screen. From fire and water damage to mold remediation and storm cleanup, ServPro is ready to respond 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Storm Guard Metro Detroit North, covering Oakland, Macomb, and Washtenaw counties for all of your exterior home construction needs today. Top Gun Roofing and Exteriors, if you're living in West Michigan, that is where you should go for your trusted source of roofing, siding, gutters, and windows. If you are in Southwest Michigan, in South Central Michigan, 127 corridor, top-notch tree care is your go-to for all your tree care needs there. Also, Victor's Home Solutions, if you're in the Tri-Cities region, contact Victor's Home Solutions today for a quote. Back to the top of our list in alphabetical order, we've got A-Class Construction and Restoration, covering all residents of northwestern Lower Peninsula. That's Traverse City to Ludington. American Arbor, specializing in storm cleanup and insurance work regarding tree damage. Call them today. And we got Apex, last but not least, covering water, mold, fire damage, anywhere in the thumb, and Genesee County. That is our list here at MSC. Feel free once again to reach out to all of those trusted partners. As always here at MSC, if you need any help, we will gladly point you in the right direction here behind the scenes when it comes to that storm restoration work. Repair, tree damage, you name it, they've got it. Current time right now, 10:28. We have a new special weather statement coming in. The severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. They have replaced it for a special weather statement, and I believe that may be what they go with the rest of the night. I believe we're starting to wind down. I believe our threat for tornadoes with that latest bit of rotation now fizzling into the great abyss. I have a tough time believing we'll see anything in way of tornadoes the rest of the night. But we'll see. We're also watching this cell down here in Bronson and Orland that's still in a really unstable atmosphere at the current time, especially for 10:30 at night. That will need to be watched. We're also going to go ahead and check in on our cold front up here in West Michigan at the current time. Not a whole lot going on. Wyoming reports quarter-inch hail. If you have a picture of quarter-inch hail, please send that to us. We'd love to see it. Because, again, the highest we see right now... Sorry, yes. We actually have half-inch hail reports. My bad. We do have half-inch hail reports. We do appreciate the pea-sized hail reports as well. Feel free to send them in. But the National Weather Service already has a plethora of half-inch hail reports from the Wyoming Granville areas. So thank you guys to those who have sent that into the National Weather Service office in Grand Rapids. That line has fizzled out completely as it's entered the Elto Saranac area, heading towards Clarksville. A couple cells appear near Sand Lake, Cedar Springs, Sheridan, and a patch of rain and thunderstorms in the Mount Pleasant, Rosebush, Coleman areas just to the north and west of Sanford. Everything else to the north of this is your spotty showers, isolated rumble of thunder. That's about it. Ryan, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Cool.
Do we want the good news or do we want the bad news?
Bad news first.
Bad news first, it's cloudy.
Good news.
The aurora's out.
Oh, is it? Do you have cams to prove that?
I do not.
Because it's cloudy.
Yes. Data looks pretty good. I am going through our weather cameras right now, looking at satellite, trying to figure out if anything's clear in the state. And it does not look good.
So what you're saying is we're adding on to our list of things that have happened on March 4th, 2026.
You know what? We are absolutely adding stuff from wildfires to earthquakes to, luckily, not tornadoes. We're not going to get those today.
Yep.
Knock on wood. But yeah, it looks like the aurora is definitely out and definitely cranking. Norway might be our only shot. I'm going to check that real quick. Looking on satellite. Pull up the camera now if I can find it here in the list of 112 cameras. Which I can't, go figure. There it is. Got it. Norway, clear. Let's bring that up. I've closed out of our weather cameras twice tonight. And I'm going to reopen it for a third time.
Did I say March 4th? Oh my gosh. Sorry, May 4th.
We are definitely after hours, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. My bad.
All right, let's get this pulled up here. Is my screen sharing?
It is now. Oh, wow.
There you go.
Gorgeous.
Sunset and aurora.
At the same time.
Does the 3K have a better look at it? Maybe, maybe not.
Oh,
It'll
yeah.
have a better look. Courtesy of Norway Mountain Ski Resort up in the UP. I believe it's Dickinson County, if I'm not mistaken. Beautiful. Got stars, got a sunset, and you got the aurora out there. That's crazy.
Courtesy of Norway Mountain Ski Resort as one of our many weather cameras here across the state of Michigan. Also, as a reminder, it does get darker later up there as the seasons change. So we'll get to the point probably here around the summer solstice where it'll be dark downstate at 10 o'clock, but you'll still see sunlight on the horizon at like 11 or 11:30 here in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, especially since Eastern time zone is still a thing up there. Although in Norway, it is Central Daylight Time. So technically there it is 9:30. But if you live in northwestern Upper Peninsula, so Ontonagon County, for example, you guys are the furthest west point of the Eastern time zone. And so I remember last summer, Ryan, and the summer before that, especially in 2024, when we were sharing Aurora all the time, you got the Isle Royale cam, and it's like, is it really that bright at midnight? Yes, it is.
Yes, indeed it is.
Still twilight or something like that at midnight up in Isle Royale. Isle Royal. So. I'm checking the radar behind the scenes while we show you guys that Northern Lights cam right now. Not too impressed. By really anything at all. So that's a good sign, though.
So what I'm hearing is
that means we
can
can probably take a break.
wrap it up soon.
Yeah.
Before we get off, though, what natural occurring phenomena has occurred today?
I already have a big list. While Ryan is getting ideas, here's your radar update. There are showers and storms down here, primarily along in south US 12. Again, strong but not severe. We're also watching the cold front to the north. And at the current time, along the cold front, surprise, surprise, I'm no longer in Mount Pleasant, and the strongest storm on the cold front is in Mount Pleasant. For those who don't know, I'm a recent graduate of CMU in December 2024, and honestly, Ryan, in my time being up in central Michigan, there really was not a whole lot of severe weather up there. So, right now, obviously no severe weather in Mount Pleasant, but it's just funny that the one storm that we see on radar along the cold front is Mount Pleasant. But this is heading towards our Midland cam, Sanford and Midland. It's quite the shear line on it, I will say that. I would not be surprised if you're in Midland County or seeing some decent winds. Ryan, check that out on velocity. Some decent winds on that, maybe. Obviously not severe.
I do see that.
Not severe by any means, but that's packing quite the punch there.
Trying to get an idea here for phenomena we've experienced today: earthquake, northern lights, wildfire, non-thunderstorm high winds, severe hail, clematis clouds, power outages. What else has happened today in Michigan? Help me out, guys, in chat. Help me out. I'm gonna get a master long list.
You reading chat?
Yeah, I got it pulled up now.
Okay.
Flooding. We did experience lakeshore flooding up in Lake Cadillac.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dust, blinding dust.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Rainbow.
Double rainbow, triple rainbow, actually.
Mamatus.
That's on the list.
Yep.
Let's see what else you guys got. More rainbows, more dust. Keep it coming, guys. Keep it coming. No snow today, luckily. No tornadoes and no snow.
Somebody saw some. Oh, the 22-degree halo was out today, earlier this afternoon. Had that upper level ice up there today, so sundogs were out or whatever you call them. So they go by multiple names. Fire, yep. Hail, yep. Snow, probably at this point. No, not quite. High pollen. Not really weather, but we'll take it. The wind in Mishawaka has calmed down. It is below severe limits for those who are curious about that storm down there. Yes. It is special weather statemented, though.
Keep scrolling, Joel.
Hold on. Special weather statement, by the way, for 50-mile-per-hour winds in Goshen, Indiana. You can put sunny on there.
It is. Oh yeah, spider lighting. There we go.
Yep, we got earthquake.
For those who don't know, we had a 2.7 magnitude earthquake for the first time in 4 years. And ironically, the last one we had was also in Monroe County back 4 years ago, Luna Pier, today near Carlton. So that same general region has been getting some earthquakes lately. So would not be shocked to get a couple more in the next couple of weeks. Would not be shocked at all. Seems like when they start, there's a little bit, I guess, in bunches, I guess would be a good way to put it.
Foreshocks and aftershocks.
UV5. I wouldn't call them aftershocks, but I think I guess I don't know. I'm not an expert on this, but like there's a fault line there. Once it gets like disrupted, like it's prone to more activity.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'd
I'm
probably
not
say,
the expert on it, but
I'd probably say aftershocks. It might be just really spaced
aftershocks
apart.
happen like after like hours after a big one is what I'm thinking
Not
of.
always. Although I'm not, I didn't go into geology, so I can't say whether or not that's true. But
This is out of Joel and I's wheelhouse.
yep, I'm meteorology, not geology. Also,
Yeah,
meteorology.
we got a meteor last night. We had a meteor. We can put that down.
Did
the
that
list.
did that count though as May 4th?
Yeah, there was a couple after midnight too that happened. Just not as
Okay.
bright.
Yes, if you're looking at radar, the rain is leaving Mount Pleasant. It's heading towards Midland right now, up there on the top of the screen. Did you get the surveyed tornado on there, Ryan?
No, I'm not sure how to word that though, because it didn't really happen today. It's got confirmed today.
I would still put it on there. Also, I'm gonna change my headphones because they just died. So I probably can't hear you for a second. Okay, you should be coming through now.
Hello.
Yep, we're good. We have Jeffrey in chat chiming in, saying, "Have lived in Southern California and getting through the Northridge quake in '94. You can have aftershocks for days, even weeks, after the main event." Good to know. Yes, we did get wildfires. Yes. Red flag warnings technically, I think, would count. You could put all the different warning types on there. We did not get our severe
red
thunderstorm
flag
watch.
warnings, SPSs, severe flood warnings. Anything else I'm missing that happened today, warning wise?
I don't think so.
All right, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 22 things.
Something interesting on radar I just noticed is there's a pocket of gusty winds between Athens and Concha, but it's in the middle of just some stratiform rain. Just thought I'd point that out. Directly over 10 Mile Road near K Drive South. Again, it's just north of Burlington, which is located along M60. Just thought I'd point that out. Also, gusty winds continuing down here south of US 12, reading down to Fremont, Indiana. And for an updated scan, see what happens there. For velocity, which is our wind radar. that's not doing much. As chat is kind of alluding to, yeah, this is kind of turning into one of those nights where you guys can fall asleep to just some generic thunderstorms, some hail, and some frequent cloud to ground lightning out there. But at the current time, looking at our Midlands cell, there's a little pocket of gusty wind up there. But we're going to go ahead and do one more update of our smiley face map, I guess. What you call it.
You and your smiley faces.
And we get to draw on the map of, if it's a smiley face, that means you're good to go to bed. If it's like a straight face, not as much. There's still a possibility, but overall it'll be fine. Sad face means still severe as possible. I am at this point going to say anywhere pretty much along and south of the MI state line is your sad face weather. That's primarily this cell that's in Goshen. It's heading off primarily to the east, so it may clip portions of southern Hillsdale, Lenawee, and Monroe with time, but not too concerned there. And then the cold front. So if you're on this eastern side of the cold front, you guys are officially in straight face weather, which means, for the most part, don't have to worry. Could still see an isolated another severe thunderstorm warning pop up, but at this point it's more likely that you don't. So again, straight face weather, and then of course if you are Grand Rapids, South Haven points to the north, Mount Pleasant points north and west. There's your smiley face weather as of 10:47 here on this Monday evening, May 4th, not March 4th. Shelf cloud. Somebody has said shelf cloud. We add that. We did get a shelf cloud.
Good. I'm going to put that on there too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that post has been up for a minute. It's going to go. You guys love the post. I love it. Appreciate
Yes,
you guys
we did
helping
have
that list.
warm front, cold front, and technically a triple point too.
I can add those too, because why not? Let's get the master list going.
What did you say? What did you say, Ryan? What did you say?
I said I'll go ahead and add those as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, at this point, I'd say the tornado threat's done for the night. Not really expecting much. It's outside of the range. I noticed that from the... It's popping up on both radars, Ryan. I'm still noticing it from the Grand Rapids radar and the Detroit radar. There's a pocket of gusty winds that's hanging out in the stratiform rain in the Concha-Homer area, but it's too far outside of the airport radar, which I don't know if it's still down or not.
It's up. Your lowest beam is going to come in about Spring Harbor.
Yeah. I just
Just
noticed.
west of Jackson downtown.
Yeah, I just noticed that from all the radars. So
I doubt that's reaching the ground though.
yeah, that's probably elevated quite a ways, but something to just keep note. Yeah, the storm tops aren't even there to represent it. So good news. Looks like the wind is elevated. Honestly, I think we're good. For now, at least. We'll probably still be just monitoring behind the scenes. Again, just because we go offline doesn't mean we're done monitoring. We're still monitoring behind the scenes. And of course, as always, if severe weather does pop back in, we'll be live again. You know it. If you're new here, that's kind of what we do. Anytime there's severe weather from beginning to end, we track it live till it's all done. So when the time comes again, we see another severe warning pop in, we'll be back live tracking it. At the current time, we're just watching some, I'll say, garden variety thunderstorms across the state. As you can see on your screen, the smiley face means you guys are good. Straight face means we're still kind of monitoring, but for the most part, you guys are going to be good this evening. And the sad face down there south of the state line is severe weather still possible overnight. But as of 10:50 p.m., we're looking pretty good in terms of being able to go to bed. As always, if you have a weather radio on you and you live in the straight face or sad face zone, it's good to have it set up. It's good to have it up 365 days a year anyways, but if in the event you take out the batteries and reset it and whatnot, still a good idea to have it set up no matter what, 365 days a year. So just have a way to receive warning if you do go to bed, but at this point I don't believe we're going to get any more warnings. And again, I'm knocking on wood, make sure we don't. So yeah. Already went through our trusted partners. So I think we're golden. What do you think?
I want to go to bed. No, I think we're good.
Cool. Okay, well then we will hop off, seeing as there's no more super chats and nothing else to cover. We'll catch you guys soon, right here at Michigan Storm Chasers for another live stream. As always, if you're new here, hit that follow button on the way out. If you haven't hit the like button yet on the way out, make sure you do it. And as always, you can come back here on Facebook, YouTube, X, Twitch, and now, of course, TikTok for live severe weather coverage here at Michigan Storm Chasers. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma alongside Ryan, our President of Operations below me. We're Michigan Storm Chasers signing off for now. Catch you guys soon for probably more severe weather coverage or another briefing sometime in the future. Have a great rest of your night, everyone. Take care. We'll be monitoring behind the scenes.